ahead and check stuff. So it looks like the game volume's fine. I haven't checked really fast to see if there's any other stuff. UI scale. I remember I couldn't turn it up higher because it breaks stuff. The audio's fine. Play animations. Game. You can choose your units. That's fine. And okay, so there's nothing new there to look at. All right, so we're gonna begin ourselves a brand new colony. You have no sweat and you have survival. I am gonna choose survival. I've played this game a bunch, and that's fun. You have your different game modes. So you have classic, where you have one big asteroid, and then you have like a bunch of littler ones you get stuff. And then you've got spaced out, where you have a lot of like smaller ones. Go with Frostyland? Well, I'm doing Frostyland, but you see you've got these different styles. I think I'm going to... So I've done the spaced out before, and it's focused very heavily on space travel. I think I'd rather do classic. I've done spaced out like the last 3 or 4 times, and it does... You never done a spaced out? I've done almost nothing but spaced out runs on the channel. The only difference between these two runs is how big your starting asteroid is, for the most part. Like these ones, you just get tiny other asteroids to get your stuff. This one, you kind of have to have, like, several full colonies. I'm going to go with classic. It's been a while. So we want to choose... So I'm trying to remember... I'm, for the life of me, trying to remember how... Oh, there we go. Frosty Planet. There we are. Right, so we do a Frosty Planet. So when you're looking at this and you're starting with oxygen non-included, you get a bunch of different stuff. So you can like sit here and random and see the differences. That it will change the various ones. So this gives you an idea. This is your main asteroid, and then you got these 3 other asteroids to work with. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. There's more than 3, but like these are ones that have traits. And then you've got the storyline things. I'm not super worried about that. Yeah, no, the new DLC, like I said, I've heard pretty mixed things about it. So I'm kind of curious of what we want to do here. I would like our main asteroid to have some good renewable resources. So probably have volcanoes and or geothermally active. Just because that gives you more long-term stuff. I've done ones where you have volcanoes everywhere. Yeah, definitely want it to be geothermically active. The other ones I don't really care about. Come on, give me geothermically active. Okay, so we have geoactive, metallic caves, and large glaciers. And then this one's basically, those are kind of a non-thing that's just harder to dig at. We've got radioactive on the surface and a crashed satellite. And we got the superconductive asteroid has a frozen core. I have no idea how good, bad, or otherwise. We can check our game settings. So we've got hunger and durability and radiation. I'm going to leave all those alone. I'm going to leave the sandbox off. The stress reactions, yep. Teleporters, I'm game with that. Actually, ooh, so if we don't have teleporters, I would have to take the rocket to the other place and then set up on the other side. I'm gonna leave that alone. Beyond bionic wattage is the same. Save to the cloud, care packages is fine. Stress, yeah, so we're just gonna leave that all the same. All right, so we're basically running default settings. We are doing the Frosty Planet because I just really like that, where everything's frozen and awful. We did choose geothermal, metal caves, large glaciers, and I don't care about the other ones. So you can go to like story traits and then scramble the DLCs to do a bunch of different stuff to like remix it. I'm gonna leave that alone. That's kind of if you've been playing the game for a long time, you want to have it a little bit weird. They're randomization, so like instead of having a game that's been planned out and balanced to be reasonable, there could just be busted stuff. But it can also add new challenges. So when you start Oxygen Not Included, it gives you, I believe, 3 people. They dump you into a tiny little space that's oxygen rich, and that's what you got. There's no, I think you get a little bit of food, but there's no like major starting materials. So we get to choose our first people. Yeah, so I haven't messed with the bionics at all, so I don't really know what we got going on. So we have apparently a bionic bug where we'll have a penalty to agriculture. Does not level up attributes while performing errands. That sounds terrible. But starts with pre-installed electrical engineering boost. Yeah, so apparently they'll make extra electricity, but everything is awful. So regardless, I'm going to not do that. So one thing that they have here versus like RimWorld is when you're doing this, I can just reroll and get like totally random there. But it can also be like, you know what? I need a doctor. And instead of just hitting random again and again until you get a doctor, you could be like, look, I need a doctor, and it will random between doctors. So you can kind of do that. So for this, I believe I will need a digger, I believe I will need a builder, and I believe I will need a farmer, if I remember some of the good stuff. So the digger, we got ourselves a really good digger to begin with. These traits being a positive, I don't really care about. Being crap at animals, that's fine. I just don't have them do animals. Now, one of the things about this is unlike RimWorld where, you know, they could do an entire range of different negative responses to problems, this one they've got preset ones. So if Nicola here gets really, really pissed off, what Nicola is going to do instead is Nicola, one, will not repair buildings, and if they have a break, they're going to run over and start smashing stuff. If they're overjoyed, instead of having like an inspiration creative, they will be super productive, so they'll work extra hard. So you have those. Destructive is seen as one of the really bad negatives. I don't really care personally, so whatever. I'm going to reroll you and just try and lean you in really hard on construction. So you get a construction booster and an athletics booster, but you suck at excavation, you suck at machinery, and no passive attribute leveling. That no passive attribute leveling is pretty awful. What I'm looking for, yeah. So won't doctor. So this one, when they stress out, they'll throw up. Sparkle Streaker. Oh, yeah. If they're overjoyed, they'll put out sparkles and make our people happy. And you have agriculture and science. I actually think that'll be good. Banshee? Oh, they scream uncontrollably when they're upset, which upsets everyone around them. It's kind of the equivalent of Insulting Spree, except they just don't track people down, they sit there and make drama. And they'll make balloons if they're happy. So you get the idea. We've got these ones. I think this is a relatively good one. We got one person who's got a split. Oh, right. That's actually one of the things I forgot about this game. If you have them where they have multiple passions, that can be really good for late game. Right now I'm going to take these so I can get off the ground real fast, but I'll probably regret it later. We do name our colony immediately, and we name our pawns. So we're going to have our excavation person. We're going to go ahead and get that name drawn. And so our excavation person is going to be Kanahawk. And for those over on YouTube, I do apologize not including you on this. I just don't have a way of really doing that. It's our bot here. We got S2D Vites for our construction person. And for our farming slash doctor, or sorry, farming slash science person, we got She-Wolf. And then for our colony name, the Merry Trainwreck, the Underground Gang, the Transdimensional Committee, Supernova, Pigpen, the Loveliest Space Rock, the Loveliest Dimension, Pigpen, the Space Prison, the Laboratory, Utopia. For whatever reason, oh, I apparently already have a colony named Utopia. I was like, why did Embark gray out? The Spacefaring Dump. I love their timeline, delicate timeline, the Death Brigade, Dystopia, Crater, the Hapless Timeline, Tunnel. It's got a fun randomization that you can see where it's got like, it can have adjective thing, just the thing. You get the idea. Names are hard, man. The Merry Trainwreck, I'm fine with that. That's not... It's a name that's like literally one of the randoms that came up twice, so it's not an original name. But I want to spend 10 minutes. Alright. Alert. The ambient temperatures of this planet are inhospitably low. I've detected ruins of a scientifically advanced settlement buried deep underneath our landing site. If my duplicants can survive the journey into this frosty planet's core, we could use this newfound technology to build a colony like no other. Alright, so what we've got going on at the start of this is, you can see here we've got this whole space that we can see around us. Now, I've got oxygen in here. You can see where I mouse over, it says, hey, you got 1,356.2 grams of oxygen. It's very breathable. It's really freaking cold. It's nearly at the point where Celsius and Celsius and Fahrenheit mean the same thing. Not quite, but we're getting there. I have some of this thing oxalate that is off-gassing oxygen. Eventually, it'll cease to have any volume left, and then the oxygen flow will stop. But you get the idea. I got a tiny little box, and I need to make this hospitable. I've got a wood heater up here. That can be used to help mitigate some of the coldness here. But some of the first things we're going to need is we're going to need bathrooms. Let's see, you've got oxygen right for the start. Hey, wait a minute. Yep. So some of the things we're going to need to do is I'm going to want to build a ladder up to this space. We are going to want to open that up. And the reason we want to open it up is as our dupes breathe, they will emit carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is heavier than oxygen, so it'll go down. Our air will go, the carbon dioxide will go down. The oxygen will go up. So this area will have oxygen. This area will be a pocket of carbon dioxide. We'll deal with it. The other thing is we have these plants here. They consume carbon dioxide and emit oxygen, so that's good. But I'm going to want to carve this out so we have a place to sleep. Because I believe if they sleep in the cold, I don't remember what the status effect is, but they get a negative status effect. The other thing we're going to want to do is open up a space here, and that space there is going to be for building our restrooms. Because we will need to deal with food, but before anything else, we got to get that sorted. Just like RimWorld, we've got schedules and all that. For the moment, I'm just going to leave them on their default schedules, but you can go in and have, like, you know, people who prefer working at night. So for you, you're our best digger, you're our best builder, you can farm and research. We'll do it that priority. Everyone else will be neutral on everything else. Actually, we could do it this way. If someone else has that as their priority, let the specialist focus on that. Alright, so we've got all that stuff, and that's good there. You've got your skills. So we do unlock skills as we go along that make your people better at stuff. So kind of like RimWorld, the way you gain a level in that type of thing. But it is one of those things that very genuinely, like while you do level and there is that side of it, you also get to be like, hey, I want this perk that makes them better able to do jobs. You also got like your vitality, which shows their stress and all that, what's causing stress. There is stress reactions and all that. That's fine. Oh yeah, no, I've played a lot of this through. We've like literally our last save was like 300-400 days. I've got saves that were over 1,000 days. I think the highest I got was like 1,800 days or whatever. Like I didn't die. It's just that's the longest I played one save for. Now at the beginning, everything will be cold. And one of the tricks about this planet is you'll be tempted to be like, oh, let's make it a comfortable temperature for people as fast as we can. One of the dangers you always have in Oxygen Not Included is the temperature. Where stuff like oxygen can be fairly straightforward, or starvation can be very straightforward, what's killing you. Temperature's always one of those ones that can kind of creep up on you. Please don't die because you're climbing up and down the same thing. Oh, the dupes are really dumb in this game. Really dumb. Like, exceptionally dumb. You have to babysit them. They will kill themselves. All the time. You just found the oxygen community is generally really good, but there's a small tendency to offer help in a belligerent manner. Yeah, no, you do get some backseeing. I will definitely say nothing has been worse than honestly, after the DLC dropped in Factorio wasn't too bad, but definitely in the past in Factorio. Factorio's community gets real aggressively backseaty at times. I also understand SnowRunner can get that way too. Now granted, again, personally have not had too bad of an experience. I've had a little bit of backseating on both those games. Nowhere near as I've seen other people get it. Yeah, no, like, for example, if I choose to dig this out here, a lot of times the dupe will run over here, start digging down, and then realize they can't get back, and it'll be in a pocket of carbon dioxide and just suffocate as you're as you're running over there going, oh god, please dig, get yourself out of the hole you've made. The dupes cannot be trusted. So we got some radioactive material here. But yeah, to give you an idea of all the things we got going on. So we've got oxygen. So the light blue color there, like that aqua color, that is like good air. The dark blue is still breathable, but it's very thin. The purple is like on the fence of at all breathable. They will struggle there. And then red is unbreathable. You've got power. We don't have any, so nothing to show there. You got temperature. Right now, everything is cold. Everything is cold except for apparently that thing. So everything is really cold. So there's not much to show there. You've got materials. It looks terrible, but if you're trying to figure out what boxes or whatever, that could be a good thing to spot. You've got light. That's showing where light is present and where it's not present. You've got plumbing. We don't have it. You've got ventilation. We don't have it. You've got decor, which is how beautiful different areas are. So again, this area looks lovely. This area has a bunch of dirt on the floor, so it looks terrible. You get the idea. You've got germs. That's a thing. Fortunately, there's no germs nearby. You've got farming, which is like the plants. You got rooms. That's like in RimWorld where you go like, this is, you know, a bedroom, and if you have people in a bedroom, they'll be like, ah, here's your bedroom bonus. Same idea. All right, so we've got our outhouse. Let's shift it over to, was it medicine as the sink? Yeah, we got our wash basins. So you want to make sure you have at least as many wash basins as you do have outhouses or other toilets. And the reason for it is you don't want more people trying to leave than can handle your sinks, because then they'll bring germs everywhere. But yeah, so you have all these different rooms you can add. And unlike RimWorld, which doesn't tell you what they are, you can be like, how do I make this room? And you could just go here and be like, oh, okay, it has to be this size. It has to have these things, but none of those things. Okay. Versus RimWorld can be a little cryptic at times, being like, why is this room not considered this? Oh, I'm missing whatever piece of furniture. Alright. Yep, so we're going to try and get the outhouse and all that built. There is a priority system, you know, something that RimWorld should have, and still doesn't. So we got all that. Alright, we got the jacket here. It doesn't really matter who gets the jacket right now. Are you... Oh, right, I have to choose rummage. So I got a priority system so you can see, like, hey, this is a whatever priority, hey, that's a whatever priority. So that, you know, you can have them finish one building project, then start on the other one without having to delay queuing it up and all that stuff. I may or may not be deliberately emphasizing that because it's a feature that RimWorld still doesn't have, and I really wish it did. But at this point, it probably never will. So you'll notice I'm putting the outhouses at a somewhat higher priority than other things, just to make sure. I already did, Luxray. You don't need to tell me how to play the game. I have a lot of time in the game. I'm not new to oxygen not included. I have tamed volcanoes. I have made like entire like systems that self-feed. Now granted, you know, I'm rusty with the lava because we haven't played in a while. Alright, oh right, we have to right, because we gotta go down there to unlock stuff, and unfortunately that's lined up right there with that. I'm gonna have them sideways hop this for just a moment. It'll research that. So down here is gonna be our oxygen pocket. Or sorry, carbon dioxide pocket, whatever you want to call it. Enable auto harvest, enable auto harvest, enable auto harvest, enable auto harvest. You won't be able to reach it, but I'll enable it anyways. Yeah, so I have all of the carbon dioxide sink down here, and all that. Now, it is the thing, I can, like, if I leave these here, they'll do a pretty good job of clearing the oxygen, but they do so a little bit on the inefficient side. Whereas if I go later on, like later on in the game, and I plant them, they'll have a higher efficiency in how much they process the oxygen, but they'll have other requirements. So what I want to do is get down here and research that. I believe that'll let me make wood floor and everything. And that'll be good. Because I don't have enough raw materials to make this yet. Now, this is also broken up into biomes. Right now I'm in one biome. I probably won't be able to see another biome for a little while. Oh, actually, this up here might be the beginning of a new biome where we see liquid ethanol. That gives you an idea how cold it is. It's minus 45 degrees Fahrenheit up there. For those who use Celsius, it's both minus 40 Fahrenheit and minus 40 Celsius are the same temperature. It's freaking cold. The ethanol is liquid. That's all you need to know. Ethanol is liquefied. How do we find water? Yeah, you just melt ice. It is a temperature of freaking cold. But yeah, so I wanna get the bedroom started up here, because that's where the oxygen is gonna stay the most. And you'll notice it's thin up here right now versus it's not there. We're gonna need to get more air in here. That's where all this oxalate comes in. It's just gonna gradually off gas into filling up this area. Because we look at the oxalate, that's 134 kilograms. Where if we look at one tile of oxygen, it's at about 1.7 kilograms. That gives you the difference in the density of the solid material versus the air. Eventually, we will deplete that as we open this up more and more, because we'll have to have more and more air to fill up the same space. Yeah, no, this DLC is neat because, like, we have these, and these are interesting because their antlers are actually made out of wood. So you care for these animals as a renewable source of wood, so it just has an entirely different, a different approach of having your different material cycles and all that. Alright, so we're trying to get down here to help like get all that carbon dioxide down there. We will need to melt the ice. I believe researching this gives me what I need to melt the ice and all that stuff. They also poop dirt? Yeah. Right, but that's oxygen not included in a nutshell, is just everything you do, there is something that is going, like, everything is having inputs and outputs, and sometimes those outputs are desirable, sometimes they're not. You know, or you can have things that are a bad output now, and later on, you'll want to switch them to something else. I need you to get down here, because we got people idling, and that's definitely not what we want. Yeah, because we get down here, research that. This becomes our carbon dioxide pit for right now. Oh, yeah, so this will be another biome down here. So you can see we have the plum squash and all that. So we can get this built. We'll get down here. We get that researched. I believe that'll give me, like, the wood floor, the thing to melt ice, so that we can run our sinks and all that. I never noticed the animation for Vitas doing science, where it looks at it, gives it a blink, and then kicks it. All right, so we got a wood heater, a nice liquefier, and a wood tile, is what we unlocked with that. This is adding brightness and decor there, so I'm just gonna leave it for the time being. And so you've got all that down there. That's fine. All right, so with that, we can go over here and make some wood tiles. Now, if we look at our room requirements up here, we can have a barracks where you just toss a bunch of beds into a room and they'll get a morale plus. We can have a luxury barracks, and we have stuff like private bedrooms with comfy beds. Right now, I can't make a comfy bed. That's plastic. Yes, I have bionics as well, though I haven't done anything with the bionics quite yet. So, the big answer being, right now, we are going to want to be able to do that. So let's double check the luxury barracks, because we'll end up worrying about that. So it need to be a minimum of 12 tiles. That's fine. So for right now, we're going to go here and say furniture, cot, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's more than I really need for the moment. That's clearly going to be more than 12 tiles. I'm going to just close that off. I'm making a mistake right now already, because I can't move you, unfortunately. So you're 2 tiles wide. We're going to cancel these 2 real fast. We'll plan to build... Oh, you're 1 wide. That's perfect. We'll build that over there. It's going to be a little bit of a waste of materials, but the plan here is to have the heat right in between the beds, because there is a thing where they can get too cold. And I'm going to put a pneumatic door there and there, and then we're going to tell them to dig this whole space out. And so basically we're building a bedroom there. Utility-wise, we have an ice liquefier. For the moment, I'm going to go ahead and drop that over there. It'll go ahead and carve this space out. And the reason I'm doing that is we'll end up making like a more industrial place over here. Now, we are going to have to come up with food sources and all that. Right now, I can use the microbe musher. I don't have much of a source to get things from that. So, one painful thing I don't have going on that I really got to get started on is I am going to need to go over here and make our research thing. So we can go to stations. We'll have the research lab here. I'm going to scoot you over. One thing I've also found is give yourself a little bit of space working. We can do the battery. And this. So we've got where it warned me that something's entombed. Yeah, so it's warned me that we basically have trapped ourselves here. So I need them to get that cleared out. That it's basically I have a building that's underground. So we're going to go over here. We're going to dig that out. Do I actually want to make that taller? Make it taller. Clear that out. I am putting wood down there. It is going to be a risk that I keep making these out of wood and all that. Eventually I will run out of wood, and if I don't have things set up, you can absolutely game over this game, where you can get yourself in a situation where you cannot recover. And honestly, if you're a new player to the game, you will probably do that. It'll likely involve temperature. It could also involve air pressure, but likely it'll be temperature that gets you. Because temperature is one of those things that can creep up on you, and by the time you realize you have a problem, it's real bad. Meanwhile, what we'll do is we'll plan to just carve that straight over there. And the reason I'm doing that is early on I'm going to need to use these plants as my source of food. So we're going to carve over there where I can reach that room. It'll become like a weird little pocket of carbon dioxide I'll have to deal with. That's fine, though. That's going to happen a lot, especially early on. Building entombment. Please stop entombing all the buildings. Alright, so we've got people building and mining all over the place. That's good. We do start with a lot of wood on this map. But that's because you need it to get going. But yeah, so all of these over here are helping process our carbon dioxide. This will need to be widened. I have it where it narrows down here, but that's oxalite. So I'm just going to let that off gas until it stops existing, which is actually happening pretty fast. It's only got about 3 kilograms left. So that's going to probably off gas to non-existence relatively soon. And I see you've trapped yourself. So where we mentioned the dupes are really dumb, this dupe has just trapped themselves in here. They can't get out, so they will eventually starve to death. So what we could do here is say, hey, you drop that snow behind you. If you could do me a solid and get rid of that, please. That'd be great. They should go over there and deal with that before it gets too bad. There's more food and all that in there, so let's go ahead and bring that one forward too. So we can go here and enable that for auto harvest. We're eventually going to want to wrangle these animals. And again, you'll feed them, and in return they give you wood and dirt. And I'm going to tell them to minimize the priority on that thing with the intention of building one there. And then we can just destroy that. Yeah, because once they build that, we'll disable this building, because that'll be surplus. Because I just basically wanted my barracks back here to be heated at the barracks. Because, like I said, if it's too cold in the room, and you can see like the radius, this green outline, if you're not in there and you sleep in there, you end up taking a penalty. So I want to get them out of having that penalty there. Now, one downside you can notice, Canna here is holding their breath. That's because there's not... The air is just too thin over here. It hasn't a chance to flow. We will want to make a path to go around here so that the air has multiple paths to come up and down. Because you can get areas where you get like a pocket of air gets stuck because there's poor circulation. Alright, I'll put a wood tile there so that's not penalized. Or so it works. If there's no floor beneath it, it doesn't work. Okay, so we've got people going, you know, got the beds getting built. That's good. So yeah, what we're setting up now is we are setting up a research bench, we're setting up our barracks, and then this is just a standalone liquefier. There's not really a whole lot going in here. This is so I can get water for the sink, and that's basically it. We will get both clean and dirty water, and that's just one of those many processes you have to deal with, that you get the clean water to do different processes, and then you turn it into dirty water, and the dirty water, then you have to figure out how to process it. And there's a bunch of different ways. Like, you have a sieve that can process the dirty water where it just goes through the sieve and it spits out clean water on the other side, and it uses like a filtration material. I believe you can like boil the dirty water so that like it turns into a gas to separate it out and all that. Like, I don't remember all the ways, but there's a bunch of different ways. That's kind of the thing. For every problem in the game, there are multiple solutions. And that's just a matter of going, okay, but which solution will work for my needs? Yeah, we'll get there. I'm not too worried about it. You see, this is already hitting about what we need. This is going to have very poor circulation. But right now, I'm just trying to get those bedrooms set up, that kind of thing. You can see, like, all this is off-gassing. Yeah, and so that one off-gassed here, so now this has better flow up and down because it's not just one tile. That's still not going to be great. Usually what I end up doing in the long game, like the late game, I usually make these like 4 wide. So I can have the ladder, the fireman's pole, and then a gap on either side. So there's a lot of air circulation through there that can move a lot of volume really quick. Let's see, the oxide, those are stones that put out oxygen, but they dissipate? Yes. So if we look at one of these tiles that's off-gassing, it's slowly like depleting the oxygen here. So it loses its own volume to slowly become air as long as the air pressure in the area around it is low enough. It's usually most of your maps, that's where your early game air comes from. It's just the oxalate in the area off-gassing. But after a while, you have to have this. Like, have to have the things processing your air. And eventually you'll need new sources of material. One other thing that helps is stuff like this, for example. We're destroying wood, and that's becoming carbon dioxide, so we're turning a solid that sits on the ground into a gas that will increase the air pressure inside our area over time. That could get dangerous if the air pressure gets too high. Everyone's eardrums will start popping, and they'll be angry and having an awful time and having breakdowns and all that. But sometimes you need, as you carve out the space wider and wider, you need more gases. And so this can be that we make the carbon dioxide goes down here, turns into oxygen, it fills in that empty space. But there's always a balance. You're always going, okay, what's not right, what needs to be adjusted, all these things. You can also have multiple schedules. It is a thing that usually as time goes on, I will have it so that I'll end up with like 3 different schedules in one location. That way someone's always working. Because I find that works out really well for like a lot of the jobs. You just want to make sure someone's always on task doing things. It can be really helpful to do that. Yeah, so got you. You give me cloth, I believe. Or the wool or whatever it is. Reed fiber, which I then use to make a lot of stuff, like clothing. Right now, our main priorities, get research going. That way we can start dealing with food and all that. You slipped? I don't think I ever saw someone slip. We did this DLC, and I don't think I ever watched someone just slip. Maybe because it's really poor athletics and they're on ice? Okay, so for this one, we're going to disable that building so we stop wasting wood on that one. And they'll use that one instead. Yeah. No, that's the thing. It definitely seemed like it makes sense it was on ice. I just hadn't noticed it the last time. It probably was happening, but it's just kind of one of those things. So that's a refined metal. That's got value. So one thing we got to watch is that's radioactive. Now, it's only radioactive to a little ways, so, like, we're not getting any radiation here. But, if we start digging through that, being exposed to radioactive materials long-term will make your dupes really sick. But it's fine. Radiation is a useful thing. One of the uses of radiation is if you have a very radioactive area and you have, like, germified water or whatever, the radiation will naturally take care of it. Alright. Yeah, so you can see as they get colder, they move slower. Then they'll go stand by one of the fires and, like, warm up. And those fires give them a temporary bonus where it takes longer for them to get cold. Alright. But we want to get the research going real fast, because there's a whole research tree. Colony achievement. We have gotten the achievement for have a bed and bath, have at least one toilet in the colony, and bed for every duplicant. So no more sleeping on the floor for this in-game day. Well, this in-game time. Whatever. Alright, so this will let us start making water. So we can run our sinks. Which is important because without the sinks, we're going to just start getting everything full of germs and causing food poisoning and all that. I believe the research bench also, I can't remember if it requires dirt or water. It required some input. It's dirt. We'll get there. I am deliberately locking those doors open. Oh, another thing that this game does that's really nice. Next one needs both? Yeah. I see what you're saying, yep. It's fine. We'll get that sorted. Apparently tripping causes a mild amount of stress, like 3% stress. Okay, so for these, I only care about them washing their hands on the way out of the bathroom. There's no point in them washing their hands and then going to the toilet. But yeah, so all these blocks are mining. We're dropping materials on here. Oxygen Not Included is also a game that, you know, like, in RimWorld you start digging into the mine. Sometimes you get a block, sometimes you don't. Oxygen Not Included, every one of these boxes, you will get the material from it. Now, there's things you can do that are wasteful and delete materials from existence in some manner. Like opening your asteroid and venting it out to space. But most processes will turn one material into another material or another state of that material. And so you're always dealing with that kind of thing. So I wonder if you're qualified as a bedroom. Yeah, so now if we look at this, this is marked as a barracks. So all our people are going to get +1 morale. Now, where morale comes into the game is if we actually look at one of our dupes, which is just what they call people here, and you check the skill stuff. Generally, the way it works is if you give them stuff that they like, there's no consequence. But you'll notice there's a morale, like over here, there's a morale requirement. That basically, the more skills you give your dupes, the higher the morale needs to be to avoid building up stress. So that's where that comes into play. That early game, you can kind of do what you want. You're not really going to be looking at getting a lot of stress too badly unless you're like starving or whatever. But as the game goes on, and you're doing more things that require your like dupes to be exposed to like chlorine, which really upsets them, or the temperature sucks in a place, or the air pressure's too high, or whatever bad things you got going on in your colony, those all will cause stress. And then as they skill up, just not having nicer accommodations will also stress them out. So it's kind of the same thing in RimWorld where you have like the initial like bonus to mood of like I think it's like 20 or 30, but as the run goes on, they lose that bonus and it starts to become a negative. It's the same idea, except it just being kind of arbitrarily based on, I think it was time or wealth or whatever for the for RimWorld. That in this game it is tied to how skilled the pawn is. The dupe. Alright. And so we're going to have our first system of getting power, which is running in a hamster wheel, charging the battery, and then doing this. So that's now functional. And so what I'm probably going to need to do is we're going to go to... Oh yeah, here's our research tree. So we got all our stuff here. For this colony, I don't remember what we needed the early game. We probably will need some type of source of food early game and air early game. So let's go here and we will plan to go for these two. So you notice the blue icon here. That's your basic research. The purple is a more advanced research. Yellow is an even more advanced research. Orange is a different advanced research. You get the idea. There's a bunch of research. So I'm going to do the two here I can right away to try and get us some places where we can grow some things, because we pulled up a bunch of those things. We got a one-shot of food from it, and now if I want more food, I got to grow it. So we want to get taken care of, because we do have 23,000 kcals worth of food in the colony. We will... Oh, you slipped over here. I didn't expect you to slip there. Interesting. But, we'll definitely want to, get more stuff there. The other thing we're going to want to do is, as we use these toilets, they will emit polluted dirt. And we are going to need to be able to process that polluted dirt. The polluted dirt will off-gas polluted oxygen. While you can breathe polluted oxygen, it makes your people sick. Which is more just very, they're very inefficient on their breathing and all that. Because they end up coughing and all that way more. And it ends up being a problem over time. So what I was going to do is I was going to go to your priorities. So for She-Wolf, I believe, was our farming researcher. Yeah, and it goes highest priority left to right. Yeah, so operating is after research, that works out. Yeah, so She-Wolf, if there's something to farm, they'll farm it. If there's nothing to farm, they'll research. If there's nothing to research, they'll operate stuff. If there's nothing to operate, they'll just work our way from left to right. And life support in here is anything that produces oxygen. Because I want to get She-Wolf researching pretty early on. Because, yeah, the compost will let me turn polluted dirt back into not polluted dirt, but it off-gasses a bunch of polluted oxygen. We'll deal with that later. We can get the farm tile, which will let us process some of our food. After that, we'll probably do those two. And then after that kind of thing, colony development, advanced research wouldn't be a bad move. We're not going to be able to do anything with liquids anytime soon. The gases we won't be able to do much with soon. I want to say there was somewhere in here. Yeah, I don't know where... Yeah. I was thinking about, like, other refinement process. That's fine. Let's get our farming first. Because we're not going to get far if we starve to death. Oh, and one thing that happens is every couple of days, you get this thing comes along, where they'll be like, you can get an additional colonist, or something else. In this particular case, we're really early in the game. I don't have my oxygen secured. I don't have my food secured. I don't have any of that. None of these people are going to make that better right now, though this is a really decent tidying pawn for later. So I'm going to take the quick crap quality food, because that's just added, I think, what was that, 4,000 kcal? So that basically gave me little under 20% more food. So it's going to give me more time before things get bad. Now, another thing you probably notice is we are gaining skills as time goes on. So if we go to... It's not the right place to look for it. There's like stats. Yeah, here we go. So we put my mouse over here. We've got excavation 9, creative 3, husbandry 3. We won't gain stats in these as we go along. But they do have just like generic experience points that they get for doing basically literally anything. And as I gain experience points and levels, I will be able to choose that. And that's where you notice these two red icons here. This is saying this is a material that's too hard for my excavator to dig right now. Whereas if we go into our excavator and go to our skills, I'll be able to get like hard digging, super duper hard digging, and hazmat digging. So we gain a level, I grab hard digging, and then suddenly I can cut through materials that I couldn't otherwise do it. And that's just like to make it so your specialized pawns will be able to do things that your other pawns simply cannot. It also means when you lose a pawn, it really sucks in this game. Alright, so the air pressure is honestly fine. But yeah, so you can see here where it's a little bit darker, that this is a little pocket of carbon dioxide since it's heavier than oxygen. That's pushing the oxygen up and over. So this will fill up to carbon dioxide till around there, and then it'll spill over and go down. We got another little pocket of carbon dioxide down there, which is what I was talking about, where this is a carbon dioxide pit. We got all this aloe vera that's going to slowly turn carbon dioxide into oxygen for us. So we want to just let all the carbon dioxide build down here. And it won't pass around for a lot of this. It's fine. Okay, so you're turned off, so you're not burning as much oxygen as fast. Idleness 1. On Canahawk. What do you do here again, Canahawk? You're our digger. Alright, ooh, there's something over there. Let's be reckless and just carve a path right on over. Never mind, you can't do it. That's fine. You'll get there. It's just a little too tough a material for you right now. You'll get to that point. So one other thing we should also watch at, there's a couple different ways you can look for stuff. If we turn on the temperature gauge, what we can look for is there's certain tiles that you can see them having like a weird, just a couple tiles where they're like neutral temperature. There are geysers and all that. Oh, we actually have a vending machine over there as well. We definitely can't dig through the uranium. That's really hardened. And so you're working on the machine. That's fine. But having you clear into this pocket of space. We got the liquid ethanol up here. We got another room up there. I'm willing to do that, so we can go ahead and say, go all the way up here. We can enable the auto harvest. And cut straight across. And once again, you can't get through it. It's fine, you'll get there. It's just going to take some time to get to get some levels. But She-Wolf is already finishing our first research for us, so that's good news. Okay, so first research does give us the ability to make a bunch of these things. The only one I'm going to probably use right now is a composter. Now, as I mentioned before, the composter has the negative of producing polluted oxygen. So that kind of sucks. I usually try and put that way down where I'm going to be processing other stuff. Do not uproot that plant. Just remove the snow you dumped on it. I am definitely going to need to move that later, but we'll worry about that later. We also go over here and grab more of that stuff. We got the liquid ethanol over here. Alright, so where do I want to put our polluted oxygen stuff? Ideally, I want to try and trap the polluted oxygen as much as possible. I'm pretty sure polluted oxygen is heavier than regular oxygen, if I remember correctly. So I definitely want to put it down here somewhere. I might genuinely just hack that there and put it right there. One other thing about oxygen non-included, I believe you get all your materials back when you build and disassemble something. I could be wrong on that one. I want to say there's not a lot of loss of materials. Alright, Luxray, you take a good one. Or, you have a good one. Thank you again for tuning in. Oxygen. Right now, we're not going to worry about that. Yeah, so you can use sublimation to turn polluted oxygen, or sorry, polluted dirt into polluted oxygen. Right now, we want the, I don't have the materials to make those. Yeah, when we get the materials, we can make the thing for processing the compost. We will want to make it so we can get air through here. Yes, as much as possible, we're just trying to level up, get things going on. I can't seem to get through all this area. Can I get over here? Nope, once again we'll get stopped. Let's cancel that one. Yeah, so basically I'm going to have to wait till our mining person levels up before we're going to be able to punch out of our starting biome. That's fine. You're getting ready to finish the next research, then we're going to go for the advanced stuff. Alright, so we're still doing fine our K-Cows for the moment. Because we are finding new plants to harvest around the same speed I am eating my food. That is not a sustainable thing. Alright, so from here we can go down to the advanced research and get that going. So we got the new furniture, the mess hall, as well as the electric grill and the farmland and all that. Those could be useful. Let's go ahead and plan to put the mess hall right here with the houses. So if we go to our rooms again, we go to our mess hall. So mess hall has to be at least 12 tiles, no bigger than 64 tiles, and no industrial machine. And then the grade mess hall has to be at least 32 tiles, and it can be pretty big, but it also requires some fancy decor. Whatever. So what we're going to go ahead and do is plan for the mess hall to be like literally right above it. And so it's 32 tiles at a minimum. So let's plan for 1, 2, we'll go up here. You'll need to auto-harvest those. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it's 4 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that's already in the 40s. So you can go up here, we'll just make it right above there, that size. And we can go to our other stuff, get the mess hall furniture. And that'll be big enough for 6. We are already mining into uranium, which is probably not the right move for me. I'm going to go ahead and pull up this chunk of aloe vera, because realistically, that thing's not going to be under carbon dioxide very long. It'll keep it nice and short over there. Alright, so keep working in that. Another thing we're going to end up needing is a place to store our materials. So we got all this crap piling up on the ground everywhere. That's not really helpful. Yeah, the Rimworld run is still live, yes. We just did a halfway through stream split. Oh, and there's also a lab, isn't there? So laboratory, it requires a light source and must be no smaller than 32 tiles. We can deal with that in a moment too. One, 2, 3, 4. So 4, 8, 16. Yes, that'd be 32 there. So that doesn't have a light source yet, but that does... It is enclosed that when I toss a light source in here, that'll be considered a laboratory. It's not going to be nearly what I need later on, but it's a start. And then for a bathroom, because I forgot that's a separate room, isn't it? A washroom. 12 tiles. Alright, so that requires plumbed. Okay, so I won't sweat the washroom until we're ready. But when I go to replace this with an actual bathroom, I want to scooch all those to the left, put a proper toilets in here that are plumbed not. The new content to explore from a DLC you don't remember buying and never watch videos on. Yep, it happens. Okay, so we're slowly working on getting all this opened up and doing everything we need. Alright, sorry about that. Okay. So we're getting our advanced research on. We'll definitely want to get our kitchen up, as well as where we're going to be growing our plants. Now, this area up here, if we look at our temperatures, it's still close. We can do the relative temperature. That's not super helpful. The relative temperatures here. So we are slowly warming up this space. It's got a ways to go, but we will gradually be making this area warm enough that the people are comfortable. Eventually that will start melting a bunch of the snow, which will get out of hand. That will end up with pools of water everywhere. We want to avoid that. Low-key, this planet is supposed to be cold. Eventually you can start going and warming everything up and making it nice and all that for your dupes. But early on, all the animals and plants will start dying if you warm it up too fast. So it is a thing to be mindful that everything here is adapted to live in the cold. Maybe consider that when you're dealing with a lot of this. We are going to add a bunch of storage bins down here. I'm already low on materials for doing that. Alright, we'll get 2 storage bins figured out there. Alright, so we need to do this again. And same as last time, cancel uproot. Cancel uproot. I want to dig them out so they're not buried, but I don't want to actually get rid of the plants. Alright, so we got our research done. Put that there. Alright, so we got a wood heater. Apparently, we already had that, though. We have a crafting station. Later on, that'll be useful. Not yet. We got a water cooler. So the water cooler is the thing I can put up here. It'll make our mess hall or whatever nicer. It's a relaxing thing. Don't care about that. That was just something we grabbed in lieu of getting the better research. Now, one key about this game is it's not like RimWorld where you have, like, your basic and your advanced research bench, and the advanced research bench just does everything the basic one does. You do still need both. So you will end up having 4 different kinds of research eventually. Okay. Yeah, so got all the ethanol up there. But speaking of plants, you're starting your greens plus supplements daily base again. You noticed you're not getting enough nutrients lately. You stopped because it's pricey, but it was so helpful. Yeah, being healthy is always expensive. And what I'm doing here is if you watch temperatures, relative temperatures can be a really good way to spot when you've got geysers in the area, because you'll have like a couple of tiles that's just a different temperature, and it can be a tell of what's there. Yeah, so the air is doing perfectly fine. We're not seeing the carbon dioxide pit get bad, so we're doing fine there. Yeah, so our breathability is still at 100%. We are starting to get some igneous rock, which is a building material. I'm just making a big storage spot right here, because that way when people have availability, they can start hauling materials and chucking it in these boxes, and that'll help clearing things up. But do you want to try red beet supplement? You heard it was great for your circulatory and gut health. I wouldn't have a clue on any of that. I do know, like, a lot of those things, getting those materials that, like, there's a lot of things you can have in your normal diet that if you don't go out of your way to eat healthy, get missed. And that can be a problem. So the downside is I am overusing my wood, and we are going through it way too fast. So for right now, I would like you to take all standard goods. So we really, really, really have got to get our farm online, and we really, really, really have got to get to the point where I can start wrangling animals to get those antlers. They had to cut back at Factor. Yeah, I really enjoy Factor as well, but it's kind of the same thing that, you know, there's times that they've been pricier. Like, it's when they don't have a deal going on, they can be expensive. It's just kind of one of those things that I've been doing a lot to eat cheaper. Like, I'm very happy I got a rice cooker that's like dirt cheap, it's like 20 bucks. And that's been saving me a lot of money, and I've been eating a lot healthier. I've been eating a lot of, like, veggies, fish, and rice lately. And that's been really good for just knocking down the price of meals a lot. Because you look at a bag of rice and how much it costs per meal, and, like, a whole big, like, bag of rice, it's like, how much is that? It's like $2. And you're like, well, how many meals is that? Oh, that's like 20, 30 meals. Because it's like, you know, a little thing of like that big of like rice ends up being like a cup and a half of rice or some nonsense. You're having issues digesting? I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, so it was like that, and then I'd get some relatively inexpensive fish. So each meal I've, you know, having less than $1 of fish in there. And then, you know, you get like a bag of broccoli or whatever, so a whole thing of broccoli that's like a family-sized pack is like, again, $2, $3, $4. So you look at the entire cost of your meal, and for like a meal at home, it's like $1.75 or $2 or something like that. Alright, so we've got the advanced research and all that. So this is where we want to start filling things in. So that's apparently, I have no idea what a gear balm is. That's apparently new. We won't have any liquids to move around. Gunk extractor. Lubricant station. Okay, so these are all things that if we get a bionic dupe are maintenance things. Those are airflow tiles and oxalate sconce. The oxalate sconce can actually be really useful. It's just where I have that oxalate and I can't really control where it is. I could take a chunk of the oxalate, walk over, put it in the sconce to try and put air where I want it. We can also use these for, we'll go and grab those. That'll help with morale, which isn't as important right now. We'll then probably want to get power. Now, for this, we got a mini pod. I'm not gonna worry about that. It's another place you can go and, make an area to put stuff. You've got a skill scrubber, that's effectively ready to set someone. Soldering station. Ah, soldering station is a booster for, dang, 480 power. Yeah, so a soldering station is for the bionic stuff. Well, I just built this, and we're gonna unbuild this. That's really bad. That is us running out of wood. You said most likely it has to do with you're developing a... I don't know what that word is. Pocket, which you have to be super careful with now. You've had this before. Gotcha. So you're having... Basically, you're having like a gut problem that you've got to manage. And that you're mentioning that rice specifically might be contributing just because of the grain. Yeah, so we have got to get stuff going on. We got rocketry, we got the telescope. I'm not doing anything with the telescope for a while. That has to be up on the surface. We should be getting relatively close to leveling some of our people, right? Yeah, you've only got like 80 more XP to go, and then you're going to be leveled up. So we should be getting her leveled up soon. And with those early level ups, we should be able to like mine through more stuff, build more stuff, research better. Those kind of things. I want to carve that out. We'll put down a tile there. We're definitely going to need to get the wrangling going. So we're going to have She-Wolf focus on, because She-Wolf is also doing our agriculture. We're going to try and get the wrangling going on She-Wolf as early as we can. so I can get a couple of these, what are you called again? Flocks? So you can get a couple of these flocks in your little room, because with that we can start taking the antlers, they're made out of wood, so we could basically start keeping them and, you know, using some animal husbandry to get me renewable wood, so I can keep that fire burning so I don't take the penalties and freeze to death. There's like a pocket that seeds and grains get stuck in and can cause bad things. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. Hopefully they get that handled. Yeah, so we got our first skill point here. Which is Canahawk. They're our diggers, so we're gonna make them good at hard digging. So the added bonus is they also get a cool hat. What's the point of getting better at stuff if you don't get a cool hat to wear? So we get to watch Canna here get their brand new hat. And there we go. Canna is now a more powerful digger. Get all the cool gear. And now those materials we couldn't mine before, we're going to be able to mine some of them. Let's see, difficultus is like developing another appendix, but worse, because it's way more likely to get stuff stuck in it. Gotcha. Interesting. Now, I hadn't heard of the condition, but it sucks that you're dealing with that. Alright, so now we got that torn apart. So we can go to stations, and we'll have the supercomputer, and you can wire that up. I also just realized there's no actual music going on in the game. And it's just like, what feels off? Oh, we're basically sitting in near silence with that. Let's go ahead, and we're going to think happy thoughts of some tropical music. I want to get the marathon timer out here. It's not running anymore. Oh, we got another person gained a skill, so She-Wolf gained a skill. Like I said, I think in this case, while I would love for She-Wolf to do the advanced research as well, I think right now the higher priority is going to be getting that critter ranching. So we'll try and get the crop tending, the critter ranching, and this kind of stuff, and then we'll circle back for the research. So that does mean She-Wolf will bottleneck on what she can do with the research first. And here's She-Wolf getting their hat. Did you, like, cancel getting your... Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to set you to put on your hat. Here. That's mine. Go get your hat. Alright, so you got one more level till you can actually do the animals, though. But you're on your way to animal husbandry. And that leaves one last person to level, which is our builder. And isn't complaining about long commutes. There's not a whole lot I can do that. We're actually not moving that far for most of our stuff. Yeah, and you see, this is actually a good problem to have we're seeing down here. You'll notice these aloe vera are complaining that they don't have an oxygen-rich environment. Carbon dioxide-rich environment, so the plants are sad. That means I am processing the carbon dioxide fast enough that we're not getting it back. Like, we're not running out. So this, if I put the light up here... Actually, do I want that lamp or this lamp? So if we put the lamp in there, we can get ourselves a bonus. Let's do that lamp. So we can run some power. So that does hurt our power use even more. But if we put that there, this can become a laboratory. And if we make that a laboratory, it'll have bonuses as well. So like we are trying to get, so you got one room here, this will be a room, that'll be a room. Once I get the plumbed toilets and sinks and I shift them to the left, then this can be a room. And all of them will provide some kind of bonus. So if we look here, that's morale, that's morale, that's morale. I don't remember what the kitchen... Oh yeah, the kitchen enables you to use this extra piece of equipment. Morale. This gives like reduced stress, lets you prevent sickness from spreading. That lets you make the generators work better. That lets you make things that make your farms grow better. The stable lets you tame creatures and get a mood bonus. The laboratory makes you better at researching. Recreation room gives a morale bonus. The park gives you a morale bonus. Alright, there's S2V Vitez getting theirs. So they're a construction person, so construction it is. And get your hat. So everyone's getting all leveled up and all that. Eventually, this battery's not going to be good. One of the things that also happens in Oxygen Not Included is you get lots of ability to do some pretty slick advanced technology. So this battery is dumb. It just, you put power in, power comes out. But later on, we'll have things that I can like use materials, like I could throw wood into a generator to then create power. But the problem is, out of the box, you just keep throwing wood in, even if all your batteries are full and the power's not getting used. You keep putting wood into it. But later on, you can get what's called a smart battery, and you can wire it up to the generator, turn the generator off when the battery is full to preserve your materials. And it is one of those things that you start really simple, where you're like, okay, well, this is just basically an on-off switch. If battery's over 80% full, turn off generator. You know, if battery is like below 20%, turn on generator, like that kind of thing. Like a very simple on-off. But you can start getting some pretty slick stuff where you can watch like temperatures in different places and make all sorts of advanced systems. None of that's necessary. I'd say the on-off thing is kind of necessary, but all like the more advanced stuff, not really. But being able to say like, hey, the air pressure in this room's too high, here's a sensor. Turn on that sensor and just... that then opens the door to off-gas the room. Or the temperature's too hot in here, slam the door closed so your dupes can't go into it. You don't need to do a lot of that, but there's definitely some places you want at least some minor management of that. Okay. Meanwhile, everyone's doing their best to work at all these things. Oh, weird. Can I tell my dupe to just walk there? Because we can't see into that spot, and clearly that's available to us. Move to. Okay, yeah, if you walk in there, it should reveal that. Okay, so we got a couple things in here. One is we can rummage through these boxes. We can inspect these things, that'll give me information. So like you choose the view entry, it'll give you a bunch of flavor text. I'm not going to worry about the flavor text right now. They give you a whole journal. It takes forever to get there. That's those ones to go through the flavor text. I think the way we will deal with that is way down the road when I've got nearly the complete, we can walk through the whole thing. Now, the neural vacillator is a massive synthetic brain suspending in saline solution. There is a chair and device in the room. Duplicate assignment. We can inspect this. What did you do here? That's not what I was looking. I'm trying to remember what you do. I believe that gives you a free skill or something. Hey, Canna, we're gonna science. There's not many things in this game that are bad. Like there's one that you can reset your skills kind of thing. But there isn't like you go and you walk up to the machine and it sucks the brain out of your dupe and they just die. Most of it's like cartoonishly silly stuff. Meanwhile, do research. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Those are happy facial expressions. They're having a good time. There's nothing to be worried about going on here. Complete neural process. Ooh, Canahawk's brain is still vibrating. They've never felt better. Canahawk has acquired the Sunny Disposition trait. This dupe has an unwavering, positive outlook on life. Stress minus 20 per cycle. Yay! So we got into the questionable chair and it zapped your brain and just makes you happy. Can I buy one of those? Or at least visit it and use it? I want a chair that just gives me a permanent feeling happy thing. I was gonna say, it's like, that sounds amazing. Just sit in a chair and you just feel like you just genuinely have, or just like happier, just forever. The brain trap would be amusing as a mod, yeah. First time playing with Frosty Jesse? No, it's not. It's been a while. Yeah, someone with depression since you're 11. Yeah, gimme. That's when we play Project Zomboid and you take the antidepressants, like everyone wishes the antidepressants work like they are in Project Zomboid, where your character is literally at like peak. There is literally no more depressed they could come. They have maximized their depression, and now you can take like one pill and 15-20 minutes later you are at maximum not depressed. Like you are as just neutrally like good as possible. Like you're not overjoyed, you're just not depressed anymore. I was like, man, if antidepressants worked that way, you just pop a pill and just everything is right as rain. Like 100%. Like that would be the dream. Alright, so what are they going to give me today? Okay, so the things we've got is we got an aloe vera seed. They give me that. They got me some rust. With the right things, you can process rust into refined metals and all that. This is actually an impressive one. 10 athletics right off the go. That is the perfect, like, cleaning, hauling person. And then we've got our cybernetic person. So this person can construct extremely well. Man, the no passive attributes leveling requires boosters to get skill. Like that's one we got to figure out. Wait a second. So you have a booster for construction, but you have decreased construction, and you do it really slow. So this is a bad pawn. Basically, like, I've got one thing I'm good at, and that's building stuff, but I kind of suck at it. I probably shouldn't be taking another person, but in this case, 10 athletics, right near the get-go, I'm going to take this. So here is our runner. So there we go, rhetorical answer. Welcome to the colony. You instantly got a point. So you are going to have the job of run fast. Do you know what you do here? You run fast. Do you know what else you do here? You run fast. So you're going to be better at carrying things. Put on your hat. Put your hat. Alright, so what we can go ahead and do here. Oh, I remember the reason why I stagger people even early on is because they flood the bathroom and then they complain and all that stuff. That's fine. So priorities. So we got rhetorical here. Rhetorical here is going to supply and store things. They'll tidy up as able. They'll toggle stuff as able. Their job here is to just speedy around the place and get things done. Because as you can see, one of our pawns moves at a slightly different speed than the other when they're not getting their hat. Yeah, so you see the difference in speed, that Rhetorical's like twice as fast as the next one, if not more. Enable auto harvest. Enable auto harvest. Enable auto harvest. Ooh, we have more warm coats. Okay, so the first warm coat, we'll give that to Rhetorical. They're gonna run around, they're gonna be exposed to most different things. And the other warm coat, we'll give that to... Vitez is going to be out in the extremities more. We'll probably get another warm coat soon for She-Wolf. The good news for She-Wolf is mostly going to be hanging around the lab and all that. This area is going to warm up over time. Oh, you already got over there? Right, so submit a bioscan. We can inspect that. We'll deal with the entry later. Useless machine. What does it do? It's a useless machine. Fair enough. All right. It's useless. Yep. And we've got a new achievement. Recover a database entry by the facility ruins. Cool. All right, so here's clearly another biome. It is a fairly radioactive biome. It's got angry bees of anger. So that's a thing to worry about. We've got a vending machine over there. Now these are cool. The Wheezeworts are one of my favorites. They basically just suck up I want to say, don't they suck up carbon dioxide? But they cool down the air around them. Yeah, so they just cool off the air around them, so like an infinite amount of cooling air. And they're slow at it. And they're mildly radioactive. Yeah. Yeah, so we have 2 coats of sweater now. That's not shabby. Yeah. Well, that's the reason I basically tried to give the clothing that's for cold people, people dealing with the cold. I did try and get those out to the people who are going to be running around out in the periphery more. Because they're more likely to be exposed to a lot of wild temperatures. Yeah, so we got the reed, we got the ethanol over here. I should also check again to see if we can't locate any geysers or anything like that. I want to say like there'll be a bar that'll be mildly green. Because you can spot them, because they're usually put on, I believe it's like I can't remember what the name is, like Neutroi, something like that. Basically, it's a bar that you can't destroy, but basically ignores temperature as an entire mechanic. So we got a jumbo battery, a wire bridge, and a discharger. So we got stuff to make our electricity easier to manage. Yeah, and She-Wolf can't use the better research bench until she gets a level in the other stuff. We can copy settings. Paste in all those. Yeah, so Rhetorical's gonna run around and be filling up these cabinets little by little. It's just gonna take time. Why are you glowing green? What is... Glow stick. This duplicate is positively glowing. I see. So, you just... Oh, you're radioactive. What? Okay. So, you're mildly radioactive everywhere you run. that doesn't seem to be hurting you. Or maybe it is? That's so weird. I'm a little concerned about that one. Are there enemies? There are things that'll hurt you. So like these bees, if I go... No, it's not. It's like it's a trait. I haven't seen it before. Like these bees, if I'm in there with them, they will attack us. The game isn't intended that you fight things. The idea is there's ways to deal with the bees. Like I can put like certain gases in the room with the bees and they'll go to sleep. You can attack and kill things to eat them. Like there is combat in the game. It's not the focus of the game, but it is present. Like, you can go through the game with minimal combat. Mostly if you're fighting, things haven't necessarily gone wrong, but things aren't going well. Alright, so we're filling up all those. And fire is invisible. Well, you don't really have fire as a concept in the game. You have temperature. And it can get so hot that your characters start getting burned by superheated air. Alright, so we still can't mine through that uranium and all that. But yeah, no, it's that's the thing. Rhetorical isn't the one digging the radioactive. It's literally Rhetorical is radioactive. Which, again, is curious because I don't know how Rhetorical gets rid of that radiation unless we get, like, medical treatments for that. So I am worried that Rhetorical is going to die to their own existence eventually. And I'm not sure how any of that works. Okay, so let's also add a new shift. So what we're going to go ahead and do is, so you need apparently 3 blocks of bedtime. And then you have bath time, you have downtime, you have work time. And I'm just trying to shift them a little, because what I want to do is have more than one shift. And the reason I'm trying to do that is that way when it comes to using the beds and all that, or not the beds, the bathrooms and all that, we don't have like everyone rush the bathroom at the same time. They kind of have like 2 or 3 go, and then 2 or 3 go, and then 2 or 3 go. Because that'll prevent me from needing quite as many. Alright, we're doing okay on oxygen still. We will want to open up more of these pockets for oxygen as well. Right now, the air density here isn't too terrible. It's not great. It's getting a bit thin. And that's because we are mining and making this area larger and larger and larger. And as we do so, if I have the same amount of air available, or same amount of air available, the pressure gets lower and lower and lower. So let's go dig into here to expose that oxalite. Dig there to expose that oxalite down below us. Right now I'm just kind of looking for like the big pockets of it. Yeah, so we can get all that oxalite exposed. Let's see, if we put more doors in areas, is that dangerous or does it help? It depends. So like, doors slow down your dupes moving around. Sometimes you want the doors to slow down. Like you can have the doors that are like air sealed, that you can keep like some of the air on one side or the other. So like if I have a geyser, for example, I'm going to put the sealable door to keep the air from the geyser trapped in with the geyser, so it's not leaking in the rest of my base. But other times having a whole bunch of doors everywhere you go just slows people down if you don't lock them open. But also for a room to count, it needs to have that. Wait, why isn't that working? No industrial machine. Oh, right. The generators are industrial. Yeah, that's fine. that can stay the way it is. So we've got the barracks, we've got our mess hall. So that's the door. The door is required to count that. So that's still +3 morale, +1 morale. This doesn't hurt anything. Ooh, you need to put these at like really high priority. So this toilet's broken. It needs someone to empty it. Let's plan all of those to be dealt with. That also means it's time for me to get off my butt and actually do the thing where I process the polluted basically set up the compost pile to start processing our polluted dirt into not polluted dirt. Which does off-gas polluted air. I'm really not sure where I want to put it either. It's fine, we'll just shove it over there for right now. And that'll open up all that so it can slowly bleed over that way. It's fine. Or polluted dirt to not polluted dirt. But it will off-gas polluted air. Which we will want to do some means of working on. Yeah, if I wanted to trap it in there, I could put the air sealable door. I don't really have a way to deal with the polluted air, so they're going to keep opening the door. It's going to slowly bleed out anyways. And I think eventually the air pressure will get a problem. It's just basically going to be dealing with it. That's going to be a byproduct, and we will have to come up with a solution for that. Yep, and Vitez is having a good time cleaning the toilet. As you do. Okay, so it seems like when Rhetorical sleeps, they do reduce the amount of radiation they're exposed to. Like, they recover from it while they sleep. So it does seem like they will get better. It does make people happy. It's also interesting that radiation eliminates germs. So weirdly, it almost feels like Rhetorical just runs around and scrubs germs off the map little by just existing in that space. It also makes me wonder if you could potentially have Rhetorical stand next to, there's this thing that absorbs radiation to make a thing to power stuff using radiation. If I could have Rhetorical sleep next to that radiation thing to slowly charge it up, if that would be actually a doable strategy, I honestly have no idea. Probably not, because it's not a lot of radiation that Rhetorical's emitting. Alright, so we are going to need to also start getting the farm set up. Is this more or less morale than the cannibal run? I don't know. You're talking two entirely different games with entirely different systems. I wouldn't even, like, I have no idea who would even manage to compare those, unfortunately. So I'm trying to hold up. What do we need for these seeds? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to change. So we've got the pike apple. So it's got a decent number of kcals. It spoils. We have the temperature. Well, that's for that. We need the actual plant. So the plant needs phosphate, and it needs to be in an well. So the environment is pretty reasonable. Anything that's breathable in like the cycling carbon dioxide. It needs a decent amount of phosphate, and it produces that. So, right, and then the flocks will make dirt if they eat it. I see. So because it needs phosphate, we don't have to worry about the other things. Hey, Fapplejacks, thank you so much for the for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. And what were you playing here? Let's go ahead and get a shout out for you, which is the shout for Papple, who is playing Oxygen Not Included. So I hope you had yourself a good stream of it and all that. So we're gonna go ahead and get our farm tiles. I'm gonna give myself a little extra space in here. Gonna skip those oxalate to not use it inefficiently. We're nowhere near setting up a farm or anything else. Made a lot of progress? Nice. Do you play a lot of Oxygen Not Included, or are you relatively new to it? It's fine either way. I don't play it a lot, but I have played a bunch over the years in general. And we have played this DLC before, it's just been a while. And if you gotta like raid and run and do your self-care, like don't let me keep you either. Alright, so get that going so we get our polluted dirt back to dirt. You have some time in the game? I'm assuming with the Kappa, you've played a lot. Ooh, what was the plum squash? You require ethanol. Okay, so we're not doing the plum squash. That's the important thing. Let's see, you thought they patched it so that if you dug up oxalate, you still got the full amount. If they did, I am unaware of it. As I mentioned, it's been a little while. That used to be a thing, though, at least. That, you would take a loss if you dug it up. If that's not a thing anymore, that's fine, too. They did? Gotcha. So, I don't need to worry about digging it up anymore. That's fine. It's never that big a deal, but it is helpful. Alright, so we've got that to manage our air. We're just going to keep researching things. Because unfortunately, my researcher is also my person who's going to be farming, and I would really like to get the flocks into a nice little box where they can go ahead and get us some goodies happening. You do need a raid and run, unfortunately? No problem. Totally understandable. And then again, for that raid, I really do appreciate it. I should probably introduce myself for everyone popping in here. I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zombie, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. At 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on a bunch of sweaty tryhard settings. That said, as you probably know from the past tense, that record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer, I do play a whole variety of games, so Farm Sim, Oni, Project Zomboid, RimWorld, we've done Kenshi in the past, Planet Coaster, say Skylines, SnowRunner, real wide range of games. A lot of stuff in like the simulation, that kind of thing, you know, stuff with complicated systems I really do enjoy. The rare survival crafter. Okay, so they are going to work on getting all these taken care of. That's convenient. The most of the let's see. It's convenient. Most of the things will fit in 4 high room, and a 4 high room is the highest height a dupe can reach. So if you want to dig higher, you have to get creative with your digging. Yeah. Yeah, generally like you can't dig past this spot. There's reasons, so like a room like this, I'll end up putting like decor on the top to boost the decoration rating and all that. Keep our dupes really happy. But there are pros and cons, but yeah, usually have a limit. It's good to know about the oxalate thing. Because it used to be a thing, you'd mine up to the oxalate, and then you just stop and let it slowly off gas, which is fine. Alright. Yeah, so we're going to be stuck here with people leveling a little bit. Because I do really want to get the flocks sorted out right away. So we got renewable wood. And if I remember correctly, the flocks give me dirt and wood. The Mammoth, I believe, are my source of phosphate and the reed. And so, like, you use these two, with this in the interim, and they're kind of a loop. That you get the reed seed and you get the wood, and then the rest of the materials kind of cycle around to handle all that. Yeah, 4 is a good size. Sometimes you don't need 4, but I don't think this is the kind of game where you have to like min-max a lot of your choices. Yeah, you're gonna get into stuff where you do the whole thing with the coolers in the area to create steam, to create like this feedback loop that you effectively create a cooling system that also generates power and all that. But you'll end up getting those enclosed systems that, you know, the thing they do it efficiently, and that once you get it set up, there's very little outside resources needed for any of it. That's kind of your very, very end game, is setting up a lot of those systems where you have this system that, like, fully enclosed can manage something to then have it manage other materials. So, like, the thing where you generate super cold stuff, you can pump your coolant out to then deal with other problems. But that system within itself, you never have to touch anymore. It's set up. And still haven't seen any geysers. Not that we're ready to exploit much in the way of geysers. There are definitely some geysers. Like, there's some geysers you can get at really early and they're just beneficial. And then you have some geysers that, or not even geysers, volcanoes and that, where you're like, that would be really nice to have the resources from. But once I pop that thing, I have to be ready for it. Because you cannot put that genie back in the bottle. Bad things are going to come once that pops out. You never messed with volcanoes? Was too scared? Yeah, no, the volcanoes, it's just one of those things, is they are a tremendous source of heat. And they can be leveraged. You use stuff like, you use the volcano to produce steam, to produce power. And then that thereby cools down the space of the volcano. But as I recall, I believe you needed to run coolant behind the whole system to keep the steam power from overheating itself, which means you needed steel and a whole bunch of stuff going on. But that was kind of one of those things. You could use that as power production because it's pretty... If I remember correctly, you could use that as a pretty reliable power production. And then you'd use that with other things to, like, you'd have, your volcano producing all your power. You have, like, the cooling system over there as well. There's a lot of those that, again, you kind of work in a cycle. Alright, if I uproot you, what do you need to survive? You get fertilized with ice. That's actually not a hard one to come by. Yeah, so that'd be one of those things that if we would get, for example, if we get a water, like a polluted water, whatever water, geyser later, that can become our source of ice. And then when we get the source of ice, you can use that to then do the aloe vera to then produce air. You're talking about lava volcano, not the metal ones? Create a vacuum around them, and you can just check... you can just chuck melt temperature materials you're using around them. Yeah, and there's lots of different things. You did hit the surface for the first time starting to build your ship. But bad things happened. You lost almost your entire colony. It was the farthest you ever got. Yeah, I know when you get to the surface, the real big danger there is if you don't have it managing the airflow, it can be one of those things you just slowly keep off-gassing your whole colony. So you definitely want to have like an airlock system up there. Like, usually what I'll do is I'll have, say like this is the surface. I'll usually have a room with like 2 sets of doors. You'll have your spacesuits or whatever else to go out. But then in there I'll have a thing that checks the air temperature and then a pump. And, then I'll just pump the air wherever I'm going to send it. Like, sometimes I have like a full system and I just pump it into whatever that full system is. Other times I'll have just, just pump right out the thing. You hope I don't get a world record body count in this? I think that would be hard. I feel like to get a world record, you'd have to go out of your way. Because the big thing there is you'd have to be able to get the dupes, I honestly think that'd be strictly a playtime thing. Because you'd have to keep getting more and more dupes and then killing them. So the world record would be strictly how fast you can get dupes from the printing pod and then kill them. So realistically, it'd be get all of the planets started, get all the dupes coming into all the planets, and just start murdering them really fast. Yeah, so our oxygen's getting a little less breathable up here, and that's probably mostly the airflow. But we are off-gassing all this oxalate. We can go over here. We'll get that other oxalate exposed, and we'll just let that oxalate slowly bleed out into the space. You never finished Oni either. It always becomes an apocalypse sooner or later. It's fun though. I'm pretty sure I got the ending before, because there's so I won't spoil the ending. There's a couple different ways I remember you like complete it or whatever. There is an actual like ending to the game that it's not. I believe I can't remember if it rules credits or not. It's been so long that you can finish the stuff, but I want to say the thing keeps going. So it's kind of like doing like the anomaly ending in RimWorld, where you get the win, but like the game doesn't end with that unless you decide to stop playing, if I remember correctly. Because I know it has to do with the teleportation. That's why I'll avoid saying more so we don't spoil it for people. But there is a finish to do. I think, did it reset? It doesn't matter. Or was it that there was like you could make, yeah, you can keep playing when you get win conditions. Yeah, I was trying to remember if it was oh, where is it? If we go into our research, I was trying to remember if it was like one was build, like do the whole monument thing was I thought one ending kind of thing. There was one where you effectively do a teleportation. It's been a while, because once you've done it, I stopped caring about the ending, and more it's like build the ridiculous one. I know there's no researchers assigned. I can't get advanced researcher. I have to level up. Yeah, that was. I remember there was a couple different win conditions. I think there was like fossils to collect, and there's a bunch of other stuff. Because I think it's all the stories I think lead to a win condition. Yes, I'm leaving this as our carbon dioxide pit. We can have that there. We can go over here and get at that food. Because we are slowly wearing down our kcals. Yes, I can go carve over here. We can harvest all those. And honestly, if we get to any of these places, harvest any of these things here that you find. Those are all fine if you can get to them. That's fine if you get to it. If you get to it. Those are all fine. Yeah, good, because the Wheeze wort doesn't get marked. Yeah, the aloe vera, don't pull that up yet. We might do that later. Let's double check, make sure I didn't accidentally mark. Okay, so all the aloe vera we want to leave alone. So you do not auto harvest. Because I believe if we auto-harvest, it'll pick it up and it will give me seeds. Let's check. Auto-harvest. So let's see. You get the oxygen and all that. Oh no, it consumes that and gives us oxalate. I guess we do auto-harvest. I've just been enjoying that. Okay, we should be auto-harvesting this. I'm misremembering how that works. Which is on me, because I'm not looking it up and I should be. You just auto-harvest it. A lot of these will have to plant, that once I auto-harvest it, it's done. It'll give me the seeds, and then... So are we on a planet or an asteroid in this DLC? Well, I mean, all of them are on an asteroid. There is no planet. Or I think they might call it a planetoid or whatever. But is, I believe all of them is a asteroid. There's just like a big asteroid and a bunch of little ones, or a bunch of medium-sized asteroid, depending on if you're doing spaced out or not. Alright, so we'll get all that going. You're good here. We've got the toilets there. I didn't enclose that in a way I should have, but that's fine. Once we get to the point of actually having liquids able to be in here, we can switch that. That'll be a while, because we definitely don't want to warm the space up too fast. Because that is how you kill a colony. But yeah, for that needing ice, and it giving us oxalate, that's fine. I think that's not a bad idea. Alright, and what are you giving me? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm not gonna worry about these two dupes. The algae can be nice later, because we could use that to make oxygen in a pinch. You could use the rust to make oxygen in a pinch, but the algae is easier to use. It's just gonna sit on the ground for now, collecting dust. That's fine. Alright. So we can dig this much farther down, and again, make the carbon dioxide pit deeper and deeper. If we do get this like way down here, whenever we get down to like the lowest that I want to go, that's when you usually do whatever you're going to do for your processing of carbon dioxide and all that. In the meantime, we're just waiting on dupe skills to be able to do more things. Because our research here is going to bottleneck in a moment when I can't do any more advanced research. Oh, I actually chose something that does need advanced. Oh, did I actually click on that? I don't want to click on that. Yeah, so I'm going to need the advanced research soon, or all of our research is going to stop. But I also really need to get the flocks going so I have a source of wood. But that's okay. We'll keep it going. Got the wheezewort over there. I might deliberately carve over here a little bit more. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's a area with a bunch of wheezeworts. I might deliberately go over here and take the time to get in there to get those wheezeworts exposed, because we will end up later on wanting to continuously get things cooler, and having basically a perpetual source of cold can be good, even if it's not a lot of cold. We also have another ruin over here. That's probably the ruin that I can't remember what liquid you give it, but it just makes everything ridiculously cold around it. Got cobalt over there. We got the bees over here. I am noticing it's cold enough in here we're getting liquefied carbon dioxide. Looks like our bee biome up there. Don't kill yourself. I know how you dupes are. No, that's actually... Oh, no, yeah, there we go. Yeah, so this thing... Yeah, it's hydrogen gas. You put hydrogen gas in there, and the hydrogen gas will then do this. Solid carbon dioxide. That is real brisk. Oh, and we got fossil fragments way over here. Okay, so with that, do we have anything that's looking like geyser territory? Because we're getting pretty far away from start, so we should start seeing some of them. We do have a geologically active, whatever you want to call, place. Maybe I need to twitch it to relative? I remember there's a thing that with a temperature, you can make it stand out real hard where the Nutramine was. or whatever it's called, the neutral temperature block. So if you had a hot space, it'd be like this 4 bars of just dead cold, and it's fine. Yeah, so you got a little pocket of cold here where the uranium is. Got a little pocket of actually warm right there. That's fine. Okay, so harvesting that seems to be fine. They're harvesting and we're not losing anything, so I should have been harvesting that the whole time. It's fine. What we can also do in the meantime is the oxalate sconces. We are seeing low density of oxygen up here. Let's put an oxalate sconce right there. That way at least the bedroom's got a pocket there. I don't really care about what happens up here, but where they're sleeping, we want that to be managed. Alright, so we can go ahead and dig that out to get that wheezewort. Because like I said, it does seem like a good call to get these wheezeworts all brought out. Story: Ancient Specimen. I've discovered a fossilized critter buried in my colony. At least, part of one. But that does not resemble any of the species I've encountered in the asteroid. Where did it come from? How did it get here? And what other questions might these bones hold the answer to? There's only one way to find out. Yes, that's what the story things we can find. We certainly want to pop in here. This thing I won't be able to use in a very long time. But yeah. Yeah, so we got more of the bees up there. I remember the bees being really useful. It was you. Right. You take uranium ore and make it into enriched uranium. So, like, it's a source of really good uranium. And we got our achievement, because that'd be leaving our biome, probably. Yep, construct a building outside your initial starting biome. Cool. We'll probably want to make a ladder down in here, just so we can check this. So we are kind of sprawling way out here. And this is one thing that can get you in a little bit of trouble as you start getting later on. Oh, don't make that out of the wood anymore. That's a mistake for me to be doing that. So go here, ladder. Just make it out of stone. Then go here, clean that up, clean this out, submit to the bioscan. Not gonna bother digging that out till we have the gaseous hydrogen. Yeah, but all that should be fine because this is still our lowest point, so the carbon dioxide will naturally want to go down here. This will get a little bit of a pocket, but that's not that big a deal. If I dig down here, eventually this will all fill in with carbon dioxide. Yeah, it's still super cold down there, so that's good news. I got more wheezewort over there. Okay, so got all the automation tech. So there's all you. We can start working and getting all of our water stuff. We won't be able to do anything with it because it's too cold for it to stay as liquid, so it won't do me a whole lot of good. Yeah, so we got pockets of... Man! Minus 226 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, and it's showing that another one was over here. Yeah, so you got state change, that's how fast it can change, going. Yeah, I just remember with the the geysers, you could look for it and you'd see like 4 of the blocks of Nutrimine underneath it. It can just be that literally I'm just nowhere near any of them as they're expanding our operations. I really wish you would level. I do think I'm going to have to put She-Wolf on advanced research before we switch over to the wrangling. Just because otherwise our entire research is going to drag to a halt. And it's not the end of the world, but it would certainly not be good.
Thank you Marcos PLS for subscribing for 9 months.
Thank you, Marcos Place, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one a month, and you used it here. That's not much, but sub to the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. Thank you again for the continued support. I hope you've been enjoying the stream. It'd be weird for you to keep subbing if you weren't. Yes, got all the liquid ethanol here. Alright, so now our research complete. Getting our plumbing all set up. Like I said, we won't be able to do anything with the plumbing yet. Because you'll put the water through the pipe, the water will freeze, and then the pipe will burst. It just gets to be pretty annoying pretty fast. Surprisingly, we are managing to keep our food up. That's not going to last too long until we get these. Well, actually, I mean, honestly, with these, we might be okay. We'll need to expand that in time. It does look like the air density is getting better here. We'll probably eventually want to tear through this area to let that bleed out to go down here with the rest of the carbon dioxide. I mean, the liquids pump and all that's still good for that ethanol, because we will want to use that for different stuff. Sorry, the liquid ethanol, I believe we will use it for, where's your plant? Those. The plume squash plants for right now. I'm just trying to keep an eye on you. Yeah, so it does our radioactive person does over time. Like they do ultimately go without. It's just kind of funny having them walk around being like, oh yeah, they're a fairly inefficient but free germ scrubber by just running through the area with radiation. Cool. The neat thing. Yeah, so get over there. We don't have a great way to get to that so we can mine through that uranium. We're storing all that. It'll also be interesting when we reach the point... Here, we can go ahead and get you. It'll also be interesting when we can reach the point that, we'll be able to start liquefying all that water, or all the ice into water. Like, not just for use, but, like, actually having the coal, like, the pool of water, the pool of polluted water, be able to process that over. That's gonna take a while, though. We don't just want to start blasting heat in here, making it warm, because that'll just get out of control, and snow and ice will be melting everywhere. Like, just embrace the cold for a while. I keep debating just plowing straight down in here. Exploring more of the surrounding biomes to see what biomes we want to try and do what in. But for the moment, I just need our people like leveling up. How are we doing on our leveling? You have a long way to go, is what you all have. No one's near leveling. That sucks. Yeah, so she will 100% absolutely need to go advance next, unfortunately. That's fine. Alright, I think you're hitting that point where there's no point in me actually sending you that far over. Because you're just doing laps over there, getting too cold and all that, and then whatnot. Spending all your time pathing and not spending any time actually doing the thing you went over there to do. Alright. So what do I want to go ahead and try and get built now? We have the compost. The ventilation's not going to matter too much right now. I don't really see a reason to make the massage table and all that. We could decorate stuff to boost moods. It's not really important yet. For the stations, we get the oxygen mask to go farther. I don't really need the other stuff, really, for the moment. Nothing in the utilities we don't already have. The telescope, we're nowhere near the surface, nor do I need it yet. The air we don't need. We could get the electric grill. There's not much for me to do in it now, but that would let us cook food to make better stuff. It's something we can work on to at least have a project underway. It's really I want to get the antlers off that, but I'm pretty sure unless we have, like, the only way to get the wood off that is to have the grooming station. So that's also waiting on She-Wolf, so that's not going to happen. The egg cracker I don't really need. Yes, I think we're talking the electric grill. What was the kitchen requirements? Um, 12 with... Okay, so we won't have everything we need for it, but we can go ahead and make a room that will be that later. I would love to keep using the wood tile for the decoration bonus and all that, but I don't have renewable wood yet. Oh yeah, I remember. In this DLC, there is a carnivorous plant that I believe shows up in this biome. And if animals walk in it, I believe it gives you hydrogen. I forgot about that. I remember I really liked that plant. So yeah, let's see if we can't... Alright, so I can't do it yet. Let's say we could start trying to get over these rooms and exploring for that. That's right, because I went out of my way to try and set up a space with the carnivorous plants. And I don't remember what animal it was that we were basically able to breed them pretty fast. And just feed them to the carnivorous plants to have my ongoing power needs handled. That we end up having to off-gas. I believe it was hydrogen. That we end up having to off-gas that hydrogen. You know what? I am going to dig down. Let's grab our ladders. Start working our way down. I'm going to accept that those are going to get torn up. But yeah, so we could work on getting that down there. That's going to move where our pocket of carbon dioxide is. That's fine. We're going to try and dig down. I'm going to be exploring the area around, see what we can locate materials-wise, make our moves, because we're working on just trying to continue our research moving and getting all that stuff. I would dig up, but I'm trying to not dump that liquid ethanol right on our head. Why did I complain about beds? I have 4 beds and I have 4 colonists. That's literally what we want from that. Now, another problem you'll run into with this kind of thing is eventually I'll want to put like a oxalate sconce down here, which can get weird because you can get like choke points where the oxygen's trying to go up and the carbon dioxide's going down. They kind of like block each other. But you can get to the point where there's so much carbon dioxide down in this tunnel that people can't breathe in it. We'll have to deal with that when we get there. Right now, I'm trying to just explore the area around, see what resources I have available. Because it is one of those things that we get a good geyser, that could be a very useful tool. You know, all the geysers are good, but there's some that are useful right now, versus there's some that are like, oh, that'll be great. You know, the liquid aluminum, the liquid gold, the geysers and all that, where you're like, or volcanoes, where you're like, okay, that'd be amazing. If I pop that right now, let's not pop it right now. We're gonna slowly cook the entire colony. Like, we need a way of dumping heat before we start engaging with that one. Right. And that's the squash. Downtime. And meanwhile, up here... Right, I wanted to build over there. I was like, no, let's wait till we have, our stuff. Because we can get morale bonus from cooking better food and yada yada. And that's not a bad call either. So you can pop into this room. Remove that tile. You can go up and down here. And be able to get all that. So we can eat all the wild plants we want. Baked dupes. Well, food problem solved. There was, oh man, wasn't there an actual recipe in the game that you can use dupe for, but it makes your people super unhappy? I was trying to remember. I might be mixing it up with another game. Like, it's not a normal thing you would do where you just, like, try and use your dupes as a food source. Because, again, you can only get dupes at a very specific, like, set rate. So doing that kind of thing doesn't really give you any benefit. Well, plan to dig over here. So if we get over there, we can pop that door. Alright. New log entry. We finished that research. So let's get the next research with the airflow blocks and everything. Or sorry, water flow blocks. That's where we'd actually make the real toilets. Even if I want the real toilets right now, the problem is it is still well below freezing in here. It would just be the pipes freezing again and again and leaking, or they'd have, the pipes would get damaged and you'd have, like, snow and ice pop out. So until this space is above 32 degrees Fahrenheit, we won't have plumbing. But before I get to that point, I'm going to need to enclose the entire space to make it insulated. That's something that I think about we can work on. That was a slightly more advanced tech, right? The insulated blocks? I want to say it was up here somewhere. Because they're insulated blocks that heavily resist... Yeah, there it is, right there. The insulated tiles heavily resist changing temperature. So that's the idea, is you'd put, like, a area around you that's the insulated bricks. You can let this area warm up a lot to make it comfortable for your dupes, while keeping most of the cold out there. There will always be some bleed back and forth of the temperature, though. And stuff like this, so since these plants depend on it being very, very cold. Actually, yeah, they depend on being very, very cold. The farm needs to be out in the cold and everything. You wonder if the water lock trick still works? It did last I was aware of. It's one of the tricks I deliberately avoided doing, because while by all means playing the game, it was a very clever way of managing stuff, it also felt like it was a cheesy way of doing it. It did feel like later on they did make stuff that the waterlock was kind of in mind for, but I don't know. It's always been one of those ones that's like, yeah. You know, on one hand it's clever and it's cool that people figured it out. On the other hand, it feels like you're probably meant to use more involved solutions for that kind of a problem to block the flow of air from one side of the water to the other and that kind of thing. Alright, your temperature's still fine. It says I'm digging down, I just need to watch the temperature, because eventually we'll hit like the molten core of the planet or whatever. And if you pop through the, that's another one of those genies that once you pop open that bottle, you better be ready for what you just unleashed. Because you can't put it back. Not easily, at least. I got one tile down there. Like 1 or 2 tiles down there, they're 90 degrees. For whatever reason. Oh, it's another one of the things you need to find. So that's an actual hot spot at 115 degrees. So that's heat stroke areas in real life. We also have a sporchid there. Sporchids are a bad time. Sporchids give zombie spores. They're bad. They're easy to manage, but they're bad for you. You want to be careful about those. See, the worst thing is eventually I'm going to remember what is like the tell for the geysers and all that. Like I said, I remember as the platform they're on, you could spot really easy with temperature. But that's okay. We did choose the bigger asteroid, so instead of doing spaced out where all the asteroids are kind of medium, I did that the last 2 or 3 times. It's like, nah, I just want the really big one. Have her like proper colony doing all that stuff. So I could just be thinking of the spaced out and the size of planets, so if there's any geysers, you get to them pretty quickly. Every step we're just exploring our area more and more. Because this I'm not super worried about where we're opening this space up down here. Most of this already has a decent amount of oxygen in it. It also has a lot of plants and oxalate and all that to help out. So I'm not super worried about letting it out. Especially if we start getting something that has, like, the burning of the wood here creates a net gain in gas. We are gaining 400 milligrams of gas every cycle of it. For every second or whatever. That I am not eliminating gas at anywhere. Like turning it into a solid or whatever. Other than like temperature if it turns to a liquid, which maybe way over here is happening, but I am slowly warming the space up so we're not getting as much liquid carbon dioxide. I'm hoping we'll find something fun down here while we wait for skills to build up. One thing that'll actually also happen as you get farther and farther in the game is it does end up being a thing that you often tend to just open up very large areas because you have like the enclosed space that you're doing whatever you're doing, and they'll just have kind of vacuum around it. Or if you have just so much gases in your area, you might just have like the whole area just ends up getting full of like carbon dioxide or oxygen or whatever gas you've got rampant. I'm also hoping with all this mining and all that, we're just getting a bit more XP in here. Yeah, rhetorical just supply stuff. We'll also eventually want to get the fire escape hole, but I want to say a camera that requires refined metal or not. I don't think so. It requires a lot of resources. Okay, so down here is the first warm biome we've seen. So this is where we gotta be careful, because right now all of this needs to stay cold to function. So if I poke through it and go into the warm biome, I'm gonna start dumping cold into the warm biome, cooling it off, and it's gonna be warming this up. If we make it a very small puncture, it will be a very, very slow bleed between the two of them. But it is a thing that you can get yourself in trouble by allowing your temperatures to get out of control. And it's totally fine to have an area that was warm and make it cold and vice versa if you've got a plan for it and everything's, you know, everything's handled. But again, yeah, so you can get to about there. Once they start going through the abyssalite down there, that's when you get into trouble. Because the abyssalite is extremely resistant to temperature change. There's the mesh block, there's the sink. There's the shower and lavatories. Alright. But yeah, if you want to have like a natural like flowing of your carbon dioxide, what we'd ultimately do is somewhere way down here would be our carbon dioxide pit. Then all carbon dioxide would go down here, you'd process it. Later on, you'd end up wanting to pump it everywhere. Oh, right! We have, right, so in this one, was it refinement? No. There was a thing where you could crush eggshells into limestone or whatever, or lime, and then you'd crush the mammoth patty into phosphate and clay. And so the phosphate we use for fuel or for food for these, and then the clay has a whole lot of other uses. Yeah, so you crush that, you get clay, and then clay was a filtration material, and you can also make ceramic and a whole lot of stuff out of it. So it's really, really good for getting like polluted oxygen and all that handled. So that's good. That's the rock crusher? Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, there we go, rock crusher. Right, brute force refinement was the technology. And it's like just inefficient. Like it's, you can take like metals and make them into refined metals at a very inefficient rate. Versus you can otherwise make a much better refinement rate using like the actual refinery. Right, so we want to get that. That is right there. So once we finish this, because of that, you can make ceramics, you can make things for handling polluted air. So that'd be a good way of getting more materials. Because these animals will output this even if I'm not. If I don't have the animal husbandry, I can still pick up their poop and all that and put it to use. The wood I won't get from the flocks. That requires wrangling. Rock crusher gives 50%? Is it called the smelt that gives 100%? Yeah, it's something like that. So it's usually on some maps, it's early game. If you can't get a hold of refined metal easily, use the rock crusher to just get a little bit of it to then bootstrap the next thing. So we got curative pills. We have you for tidying and strength, which I don't need the tidying and strength right now. Because with the tidying right now, I've already got someone working on that. Starts with a tier 3 skill. So if you just started with husbandry, that would be good. I need to be careful about how many people we take, how early though. Plant murderer. So they suck at the agriculture. They can do ranching. They have athletics. I'm a little worried about taking this person, but that might help. So this will be Luxray. Because my hope is, since I need to move She-Wolf to dealing with the research for a little while, I'm hoping I can bounce you really quickly. Yeah, so you'll eventually get that sorted. I'm hoping I can get you to immediately go into critter ranching. Alright, so we'll have your priorities. So Luxray here. If something needs operating, you do it. Otherwise, you ranch. Actually, I'll make you neutral on that. Otherwise, I don't really care what you work on. Alright, so we got that. Now, the problem is, this room doesn't have enough bunks. And I didn't really give myself a place to put another bunk. So that's kind of a problem. For the moment, I'm honestly just going to shove a cot wherever. I say as I go, where the heck am I putting this? I could make deliberately the next room large enough to eventually be a luxury bedroom. Yeah, so that needs to be 4 in height, no cots, and need a comfy bed. And I remember ending up needing to have 2 tiles next to it, so I could make it a comfy bedroom by making it that size on the inside. Or sorry, I think we went 1 wider. Right now, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. For right now, I'm just going to toss this down here. They're going to get cold. These assign to the person, right? Yeah, those assign. I thought it worked that way. So we can go ahead and chuck you down here. Love this game? It's a good game. We're just going to open that up. They're going to be cold for right now. That's just the way it is. We'll get all that sorted out. Meanwhile, schedules. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to add yet another schedule. Third shift. Second shift. Okay, so the goal here is same as before. I want to have them basically divide out when they're sleeping and all that stuff. And it's primarily to just not overtax the bathrooms kind of thing. Thank you. Alright, so with that, Luxray goes into third. But pretty much I'm just trying to get the schedule sorted out so that the bathrooms, we split up our dupes between the bathrooms and all that kind of stuff. You want to be the cool dupe who floats away in space? And this is the warm biome down here I mentioned. We're not going to pierce into that right now, but we'll get all the way up to it. Just want to see what geysers we can find. Yeah, so the hope here is that Luxray will be able to get the ranching going, since I'm going to have to make She-Wolf do the research, because that's just the direction things are moving. Yeah, because I gotta get She-Wolf on this path, unfortunately. Luxray here... To be fair, Luxray has a passion for that too, so that'll be good. A nice cold peach iced tea. Nice and refreshing. Nice. For the moment, I don't have enough materials for any of that. I can put a tile there just so it doesn't fall when the Oxlake gives. And how's the air looking? The air is looking real nice almost through everywhere. That's good news. That's all carbon dioxide way over there. Understandably, got pockets of not good. Temperature-wise, everything's looking pretty okay. So we have this area down here that, like I said, that's the hot area down there. And we haven't seen any obvious sign of geysers yet. But that's okay. Usually you end up so some geysers below you, some geysers above you, some off to the left, some off to the right. As you get low enough, you start running into stuff like the volcanoes and all that. Unless you're running... There's, one of my favorite ones I did was I chose one that was like a volcano start with the geysers as well. And it was pretty wild just seeing like all of the volcanoes everywhere. And going, okay, this is a lot of resources of, you know, limitless heat I've got here. But how do I set up exploiting all these? And very slowly working on it. But then it's neat, because you get all the material from the volcanoes, and all that heat can be used to create ridiculous amounts of power and all that. You have to have your heat dump plans sorted. So She-Wolf's doing pretty good. Luxray is able to work machines better than anyone else, so I've got them prioritizing that. Yep, so you're good there. Yeah, and our K-Cows are going up, so our farm's doing fine for the right now. I'm not sure if that's... I don't think that's getting close to the edge of the map. You'll know when you get to the map, it's like, I can't remember what the material, something like Nutramine or whatever, is a like a thing that neutralizes the temperature of stuff entirely. Okay, alright, well, with that, let's start going the other way too. Just tunnel along. If we get like the airlock style doors, I'm fine to like pop open the airlock style doors here and dig down into the worm space. Right now I want to leave it alone. Okay, so research, as I said, we should get the rock crusher, because then I'll be able to get clay and other stuff from the Bamus, even if I don't have them, even if I don't have the ability to ranch them. We can at least start processing those materials. Yeah, sludge press we're gonna have no need for right now. Gas filters and all that will be nice. So what we could do is we can make a room over here, put the rock smasher thing over there, and then move the manual generator over there. That would make this eligible to be the laboratory. We can put that over there. And all that. What were you trying to warn me about? Oh, are we getting down to the point? Yeah, we're probably getting down far enough that a person going down here to grab it. I should have learned my lesson. I've done this every time where I make the giant column, and you get to the point where a person has a need unmet when they get down here, they start climbing, and then they drop whatever they were carrying because it's too far of a climb, that they, you know, get low on air or whatever's going on, and it becomes this whole hassle. Alright, so what we're going to end up doing is, for the moment, while I want to just build everything out of wood just because, we're going to make this a flat area over here. And I don't know how tall I'm going to or how much space I'm going to want in here yet. I'm going to start working on this space. I'm going to move the manual generator into this room. We put the rock crusher over here as well. And this will just be a room we're going to do some basic refining in there. But all this can be the laboratory. That way we don't end up with a penalty. We'll also probably want to put the big battery in here and get rid of the little battery. Because you can see the batteries do produce both heat and they bleed power as well. And so like I want to say the big battery is more efficient than two smaller batteries. And then the smart battery is more efficient than either of the other batteries. And then the smart battery has the benefit of like, you can hook it up to a power generation source to turn on off the power generation as the battery fills up, so you don't just waste materials. Because some things like the hydrogen generators and all that, you definitely don't want them running if the battery's full. Alright. And this area is slowly warming up. This area is officially getting to the point of being positive temperatures. So if we look at the... Well, I mean, even the relative's still not showing it. Yeah, because this is the absolute and that's a relative. But yeah, as this warms up, we will start having a bunch of ice melting and all that. That'll create a lot of headaches for us in the short term. What we'll end up doing is probably wanting to move a bunch of the ice out of this location to a different area. But if I can get this area to not be super cold, we can start having proper plumbing in the controlled area here. But we really will want the insulation tiles before we warm this up any real amount, so I can enclose this space so I'm not cooking the rest of the planet. Because as I mentioned, the phlox need it cold, the aloe vera needs it cold, all the animals here need it cold, the mammoth needs it cold. Only the stuff down here is okay with like room temperature. So we will need to make spaces that are cold for them. Which is part of the reason I want to get over to where all these wheezeworts are. If we put them over by the wheezeworts will do a lot to help mitigate making it too cold. Alright, so now with this we can go to power. I will want to put the manual generator here. Could run the wire this way. And then after that's done, we will tear down this generator. That should, at that point, make this eligible to be a lab. Because I believe that counts as an industry building right there. And then once our research is done here, we can put the rock crusher there and start having it process the mammoth poop. And I believe the egg shells when we see them, to make other materials like clay, lime, these kind of things that we will need for other processes. That'll be good. The phosphate, which I need the phosphate for growing our food. I also probably put the stove over here somewhere as well. We'll eventually run into a point that the power lines have only so much of a load they can handle. And then if you go over it, bad things happen. So deconstruct that wheel. Speaking of which, that actually isn't a bad idea. So you put the electric grill here. You only require 60 watts. And you can put the rock crusher there. Because by cooking it, it'll make a lot of times you'll make your dupes happier eating the food, because it's a higher quality. And also on top of that, it can be more calorie efficient depending on what it is. There's benefits to cooking. Alright, so you've got that. So I've got you. You require 240. You actually have a decent power requirement. Oh, thank goodness. She-Wolf gained the skill. Do I want to really put you into the ranching? You're going to be moving over to research for right now. It's just what has to happen. Power-wise, we want to move that up to a jumbo battery. If I can get us out of this deep concern. Okay. So, with the powered one, we do need to get to ranching being technology. Yeah, so get all those going so we can get ranching set up. That way when Luxray gains their level to get the ranching skill, we can start keeping the phlox and the mammoth and all that. Now the thing I do want to make sure is wherever I put the phlox and mammoth and all that, I want that to kind of be outside where I'm doing all this, because that area is going to be most likely warmed up. I'm thinking over here, because that area is also naturally cold and this area is naturally cold. So we could put the phlox and the mammoth in this general area over here, take advantage of the wheezewort to mitigate as we warm up, put like a layer of insulation between us, and that would let me start taking care of those animals and all that, which would get us a renewable source of wood, a renewable source of reed, the phosphate, and a whole bunch of other goodies. Alright, so do that forever. I don't imagine you're gonna get hardly any of these. But if we end up with a cook, they can do that. That's fine. Alright, so mammoth patties. Do that forever. So granite to sand, I don't remember. So we can make sand of those. And then we could do these at a significant loss. I don't plan on doing that. We can make mercury and sand. We don't want to do those other ones. Right now, mammoth patties. That's all we're using it. Because with that we can get clay, and clay is a filtration material that we can use for a couple different purposes that I don't really need right now, but that's okay. It's a material, I can turn into another material, the other material is useful, let's get the other material. Alright, and what is your requirements for life? You require it to be cold. It can actually be moderately warm, but relatively cold. You eat the Pika apples. And you give me wood, and you give me meat if you die. What's not mentioning is what air you require. Do you just not care? Alright, I mean, if you don't care about what air you breathe. And what about you? Oh, you actually like it warmer. Huh. So the Mammoth oh no, here we go. I was looking at an alter. Well, no, still you actually like it warmer than that. These are different versions. Yeah, so the Mammoth could be inside a perimeter. The Phlox likes it cold. So let's plan that over here somewhere we will want to make that. Once you finish your research here, the next one we're going to do is we're going to have you go after the insulated tiles research. Because we get this all set up so I can start getting the animals real fast. Do we even need that? Incubator? We don't need that one. Let's get this one. We'll focus on that one first. And then we'll get the insulated tile. So that way, again, I can kind of lock them into an area where I keep it basically lock myself away from them, so I can keep it cold. And then we can do that for other places to try and keep my warm area here warm, the cold area over there cold, that whole shebang. All right, so we're getting close to the surface because that's mercury. That's another one we want to be really, really careful about. I remember running into that the last time I played. We got up there, we poked through there, and eventually it started to warm up, and I was dealing with mercury everywhere. Like, it didn't kill us or anything, but it was just an annoying fluid that took me forever to get the mess rid of, because mercury needs to be really cold to stay solid. Yeah, so maybe we'll plan to put, like, the insulating tiles, like, right along here somewhere. This becomes the area we put the Phlox. That's a weird little box. I'm kind of expecting to see geysers up here, because I remember the last time when we got up to the mercury layer, I found a bunch of geysers up there. I don't remember what they were, but that was what I remember, is like setting up those geysers, and in the progress of setting up the geysers, making a total mess of the mercury, and having to go kind of back and forth with managing it, as mercury was just piling up everywhere, and I'd have to keep cleaning it and moving it. The stuff up here was constantly changing between liquid and solid and causing me grief. And it wasn't that bad. But it was one of those things that's like, alright, I'm putting a lot of effort into trying to maintain this. Alright, chat. We're about to hit an ad break here in a moment. I'm going to quickly stretch my legs, grab myself another drink, all that good stuff. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and be right back. I'm off by that.
Now that's
Wait
the
a
right
moment.
idea.
Why would you do this, Allison?
They got me on the ropes.
Magic. The real money is over here. So how do you feel about this corner?
All right, let's open the door behind us. That's not the way I wanted to run. I wanted to run back this.
She was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. You know, we've all been there, right? Just you get a little bored, and you would just attempt to murder. What is that? What is that? Hang on. What is that nightmare? Like, the helicopter didn't bring that much. No, I get that's from the trap, but it's the sheer number that's like, what? What? Okay, so it looks like a, oh no, wait. I managed to not hit it. I managed to not hit it. Okay, just clarifying, that mole rat came out of the dirt, shot into orbit, and then fell to its death. Could someone clip that? And so the door appears to be just open. Alright, and I am back. So let's go ahead and get Oni going again. Oh no, I just took a quick, like, 3-minute break. Just while, you know, the ads ran, stretched my legs that whole bit. Been going for 9 hours. Just needed a minute. Alright. So yes, we're carving down here, checking out this biome area. We've got the bees on either side of us, we've got the mercury above us. They're getting a pretty good feel for the surrounding area. It'll probably go quite a bit deeper. Hey, Germondo. Do hope things are going well for you as well. Yeah, so we should be able to go quite a bit deeper here. But, we want to get the insulated block and all that going. We can probably turn up the speed a little bit. This is one of those games you can actually get away with speeding up the game a lot. But it's also those things when you speed up the game, things can go from okay to a dead dupe really fast. Like, one traps themselves, you get the alert, and they're half suffocated by the time you're down there. We got more weedsworts up here. It's actually looking like the air density is holding up just fine with as much as we've been opening this up. So that's good news. Because one thing that you can get yourself in trouble in the game is just opening up the space really, really fast and not having the means of getting more gases into the area, so it just thins out real bad. So it's not even a matter of, is it oxygen versus is it carbon dioxide, is it versus whatever. It's that literally there's just not enough gas. The atmosphere is just too low of pressure. All right, so you can now dig through even harder stuff. Ken Hawk. You can do super duper hard digging. Yeah, so got some vacuum up there. That doesn't mean we're near space yet. But like I said, I remember the mercury layer was really close to space the last time I played this. We got polluted water. Alright, so we got the polluted water. This is where we're going to start having some pain points. We definitely want to make a polluted water reservoir somewhere down below. Because I believe as long as it stays in the bottle, it'll just off-gas polluted air forever. Which kind of sucks. So we go and we dump it down here. That will slowly warm up the place. I'm willing to accept that as a problem. And we can just go here. And we'll let them put the polluted water just down the hole. And let it just do what it's going to do. And Vitez is going to have a better ability to construct stuff as well. Everyone's starting to gain their levels, which is good to see. Because ultimately what I want to do is dig in other space. Well, actually, don't put that there. We can dig over here. And then I'll start digging this out. We'll make this just a pocket for polluted water for right now. Yep, so you're now able to dig the uranium and make this a more complete space. So we're going to finally get over to rummage into the vending machine. Everyone's hopes and dreams. Yep, so the thing we go down here, we'll make this like the gross water hole for right now. The gross water should likely refreeze. Alright, Rhetorical reached a skill point, and with that... Oh, yeah, Rhetorical's a supplying person. That's fine. So do supplying, so you can carry more. And they'll get you to do tidying, and we'll go from there. We did get some lead and all that. We also got some eggshell. Trapped. How are you trapped? Ah. Of course. Luckily, you're trapped in an oxygen-rich place. An unfamiliar building has been discovered in my colony. There's movement inside, but whoever inhabits this seems wary of us. If we can convince them that we mean no harm, they could very well end up being a fresh recruit and a useful building. That's fine. Keep mining. Alright, so we've got another biome here. This has a bunch of like slime and coal and all that stuff. One downside is there's no abyssalite between here, so this shipping container has effectively made it so you've got a warm biome over here with a cold biome over here and no real insulation between it. So that will eventually bleed through and cause this to melt and cool that down as they try to equalize temperatures. So that is going to be eventually a problem for us. But that's one of the advantages of getting over there to see it, because it's still going to happen whether or not we're here. But now at least seeing it's going on here, we can make whatever decisions we want with it. A big pocket of sand here. Okay, we haven't really done much mining over on this side. Still looking to see if we can spot a geyser. Like I said, usually you can see the spot beneath it will always be like in the green range from what I recall. They may have changed that over the last couple updates. I don't know. Oh, new printables available? So you're willing to give me just straight up water or people I probably shouldn't take because we have limited resources. Alright, so if we go up here farther, we will breach that and release the ethanol, which isn't the end of the world, it's just then I have a mess of ethanol to deal with. Oh, right, these were the trees that were so good. Right, because we could turn the nectar into plastic, and that was a really useful material. And I want to say all they needed was they needed light. And so it was worth getting up to the surface, making a platform for them, and just letting them grow up there. You can also harvest them for wood. Yeah, so you don't care about your atmosphere at all. Vacuum's fine. They can handle pretty much any range of cold temperatures. They can take extreme radiation. They have a filtration requirement of snow. Oh, do you not need light? Was it just snow? No, alright, so it is light. So it uses light to synthesize nectar. Yeah, because remember that was the big thing about getting to the surface. You could use that to get the nectar, and then the nectar you could use to make plastic. And that plastic is it's like a mid-game material that's really good. Yeah, so nectar, if we get it hot enough, becomes steam and sucrose. Nectar, if it gets cold enough, becomes ice and sucrose. Where was the plastic step, though? Sucrose, sorry, which is sugar. Right, and we can make ethanol with the whales. Yeah, there was some process to get plastic from this. So what was the things that made plastic? Glossy Dreco, which isn't here. Plastic monomer. Ah, petroleum and nectar. Right, so then we'd turn that into plastic. Yeah. I was gonna say, it's like I remembered nectar was important with that. Alright, so we got here. Okay, so that's enough for us to start ranching. So now what I need is the insulation blocks. So that as we do this... There we go. As we do this, we don't have all sorts of temperature stuff. I want to get ahead of that before it gets too bad. So they have the shearing and the grooming station, and then all the stuff for catching and releasing the animals. Yep, so the idea is we're going to go over here somewhere, probably right in this area, and I'm going to go ahead and just put the, we'll just enclose that. I won't worry about fully insulating it, but we're going to insulate it on this side to keep the heat here and the cold there. I mean, or really, probably just start going around our base and putting the insulation blocks around our base in its entirety. So, like, go this way, go down that way, with a couple of, like, airlock-style doors. And then down here, we put that. And the goal is so as this warms up more and more in here, we can keep this warm in here, so everything's comfortable, we can have liquids and all that. But then everything outside, we leave whatever temperature it is naturally for now. Until we've got better plans for what we're doing with it. Okay, here we go. Eggshell to lime, forever. Right, and we do have the manual airlocks. Yeah, so we deconstruct that, we put the manual airlock here. And that's just to reduce the flow of air up and down from the warm to the cold. Oh, and you did get over here. That's good. Got so we got another room over there we'll probably want to check out. My plan is to make that whole pocket. There's no Nutrimine on the bottom part. That's actually probably okay. Because it looks like this area is starting to warm up down here. So we can start carving that out to make our gross water pit. So we're just making a big area down here, because that'll also be fine. I'll put the gross water pit down here. And then on top of that, that'll become a carbon dioxide sink. We can deal with sorting it all out later. Yeah, so you can see it's already getting way too warm up down here. It's already starting to melt stuff. I have to do something really cold there. Or something that can make things really cold. I'm surprised that's so warm. Because we got the abyssalite between, which insulates it. It's fine. Yep, so I'm just having them mine this all out real fast, and I'm just going to put a pump over here, and later we can put tiles across here and just leave the gross pit down below it. And over time, we'll want to process all that gross water into other things. For the moment, I'm just dumping into a hole. We're making ourselves a good old poo hole. Alright. And it'll be ethanol down there and all that too, it'll be fine. They got two different little buildings down here, which is curious. And that's all melting down there. We'll eventually probably want to make sure we cut across here to make sure it doesn't leak everywhere, but... Alright, so liquid, polluted water. That way the polluted water up here just doesn't sit off-gassing. You got little occasional pockets of polluted air. We want to get ahead of that. Because everyone will start getting icky lung, and when people get icky lung, then it becomes a whole big pain. You just use so much more oxygen. Alright, so we got the insulated blocks. Alright, so now I got where we can get a lot other cool options. So we gotta decide where we're moving a bunch of stuff. We have all sorts of distillation, all that, which we can't really use right now. We get into the material science, which is very useful later. All these refined materials can be really good too. Let's just, right now, I'm just gonna work my way down here. But with that, we can start So you see we got stuff to make heat. Importantly, we got the insulating blocks. So what we're going to want to do over here is let's start by saying this is the top. So for the moment, we can delete all that and get ourselves an insulated layer up there. And we're going to want to do that on the other side as well. Let's give ourselves some room to grow. So put it down here. Starvation on who? Why are you starving? There's plenty of food. Okay. So basically I'm working on starting to get some insulation around here. We'll want to deconstruct that block and deconstruct this block to make it an airlock door. Usually I've found you want to have two tile thick of insulating block. Right now I'm not going to worry about that. We'll get that later. We can probably put it over here as well, as that'll be our like east side, because like I said, I want to give some decent amount of internal space. So we get that online right away. That'll be good. Meanwhile, we'll have the Phlox Ranch right over here. I'm gonna even go in here and say that's the Phlox Ranch, I think. Actually, do we have? There's a size that these can be. Then if you get over a certain size, it stops counting it as a not park, a stable. So no bigger than 96 tiles. That's the big thing. So I got to keep it under 96 tiles, but it's going to go over here. And then wherever we end at, I'll put the insulation layer between it. We'll have an airlock door in and out, and we'll get that going. Now, one of the problems we're going to run into once I get all this set up is this is the point where we're going to be starting to hurt our airflow in and out of our base. And that means we're going to also need to make sure as we start doing all this, we have means of getting, like, processing the carbon dioxide into oxygen, getting into our base. That's where we get into the air pumps and all that. But for the moment, just trying to separate everything out. Trying to decide where I want to actually start. We could make this run straight across, and then this will be the bottom of the area. It's probably not a bad idea. Now this probably doesn't need to be insulated tile. Yeah, no, it's just in the game, it won't count if it's too big. Like, it's just an arbitrary limiter. So if it's 96, so that's... Yeah, so we add a floor there, that would be about the right size. No problem, always happy to help where I can. Yeah, so go here, do this. That'll be the floor. So we've got all that space set up there. We can go ahead and build a ladder to get up. And on the same side, or on the other side too. not the manual airlock. We just need regular doors right now. So we can have the doors, and that's going to be where we'll keep our animals. And then on this side, we're going to put the airlock there. And start putting the insulated tiles. And that'll be where we dig through here. Okay. Because that way we can have more of a farm here. This will be where the flocks go. We can ask them what they say. And they'll stare at us with an irritated look. Because the pun is not that funny. Yeah, so as you can see, I'm going to slowly box this whole area in. We're going to want to get all of this snow free and all that, which will be important. But kind of the goal here is to just do what we can to prevent bleeding of the cold into the hot area. Or sorry, bleeding of the heat into the cold area. I'm just going to go like that and just draw it for now. Cool. So that's going to be the box everything's going to be in. Alright, new principles. So, new principles, just give me the food. I'm not ready for more dupes yet. Yeah, because we're generating heat in here. Not fast. But between the dupes being made out of, like, the dupes generate heat, these machines all generate heat, that generate heat, and there's nothing removing the heat, we're just slowly bleeding that heat into the area around us. Eventually, all this will start to melt. And so that's what we're counting on, is that I can go ahead and get that heat contained in here. Oh, you know what? 1 second. Minor adjustment. Okay. And the reason I did that is so I can double layer this and it not be a weird thing later. There. That way when I go to make this whole insulation thing thicker, that's not a problem. Because you generally want to double layer your outside, from what I remember. This is going on memory, so take it with a grain of salt. And the reason you wanted to do that was by double layering it, the amount of air that can, or the amount of temperature that can bleed from one side to the other is much lower. We have the refrigerator. That's cool. We have that. That's cool. We don't need a lot of these things. The park sign, I remember being able to do some wild stuff. Radiation lamp. Yes, the goal is to get all of this enclosed. And then what we want to do is be able to have procedures to get the carbon dioxide out. Another thing you'll probably want to do is work on literally mining all of this material out of here so that the whole space is hollow, that I can build my rooms in and all that. I'll also probably want to go and get storage units outside here for all the liquefiables, just to stop them from liquefying inside the base. Now I think about it, we'll end up wanting to maybe put like a clean water area and a poo water area inside, just like off to the edge here when it warms up enough to have liquids, so that we can manage our bathrooms and all that without having to deal with like pumping it out here and back in here, where again I'm bleeding temperature from my warm and my cold area. Basically make it self-enclosed. We can also go over here with stations. Yeah, so we'll need a shearing station, a grooming station, and a critter drop-off, and a critter feeder. And remember, those require power. Well, that requires power. Because you need the grooming station, right? The grooming station gives me wood off of that. Yeah. Yes, you should be able to climb up here, jump over there, mine all that. We're just going to work our way back and forth to dig all of this out and just open the whole thing up. Okay. Because that should give me tons of materials to work with. We're going to get a lot of the snow and ice out of here. These I'm going to have to tell them not to carry the snow and ice, which is going to be a pain. I want to put it down here for right now. Just that way, if when it starts to warm up, it starts melting and all that, I don't have an absolute mess. I also remember it's worthwhile to put like a little roof over that, just so if you have stuff spill over, you can have like a little, you know, one step up and down there and a bump there, so you just dump liquids, it just goes off the sides and doesn't contaminate the middle area. I've had a bunch of these where they've let all the liquids just pile up in the bottom of the map, which is really not the move. But it is a great way to do it lazy. And then you set up a filtration system, and just as it pulls in the liquid, no matter what it is, it gets separated out where it needs to be. Why are you starving? There's no shortage of food here. There's no reason for it. Oh, don't do that, you'll trap yourself. Because I can slowly work on mining all this out. And those will let you finish cleaning the corner out. Alright. You're getting that research done, we're getting all that done. We'll slowly get that too. The good news is right now, food is in a great shape, oxygen's doing just fine. Eventually, oxygen outside here is going to get worse and worse. As you know, we're breathing it, running around in here and not adding to it, and the oxygen's mostly being kept in here. That's a problem for later me to worry about. More than likely also put ladders down this way to allow carbon dioxide to spill down below here. Got in our storage building. Okay. Not really the best way for me to do that, but that's fine. Okay, so that'll be a start. We've got the ladders on around the outside to allow airflow around. We've got this layer that'll have to be opened up more. And that should, over time, let anything like hydrogen that gets down here flow up and around. Natural gas and carbon dioxide will flow down and around. Realistically, I'll need some type of thing up here to help control it, but that's later me problem. We'll continue to cut this all down in here. The flocks, once we get this opened up, we'll start capturing them and moving them in there. This is always where it gets tricky, is managing how you're mining so you cannot have your dupes get trapped, because they will absolutely trap themselves every chance you give them. Alright, so those tiles can go. That can all go. Because then you can climb over this way. This can all go as well. So you can climb over this way and figure that out. We will want to mine all this out. That one can go as well. And then once we get all that out, we'll mine just that tile. Dupes need jetpacks? Yeah, no, the dupes have ways they can travel around more efficiently that you get. But yeah. I'm trying to remember. I thought there was a way that they could hover or float or move around that wasn't entirely on ground, but I want to say that was like late game stuff. I don't recall. Alright, so as we get this sorted out, we should see a significant difference in temperature inside and out over time. You haven't played Oni for a year or so. Managing the vents, etc. was difficult to you to work out? It takes a little bit of finesse to, like, finagling to, like, go, oh, here's how I prevent these gas from mixing in with everything else and all that. There's definitely a lot of sorting all that out. That's fine. Oh, hey, that ladder needs to be one tile higher. But that's kind of one of these things you get in these macro scale projects, and they just take time. And you can't get yourself in trouble where you start a big project like this, not noticing that something's getting out of whack, like your temperature, or you're not producing quite enough air, or that there's some nutrients you need for your plants that you're short on, or whatever the problem might be. You can do that. And that by the time you realize you're in trouble, you know, you're really in trouble. Alright, so you can climb back over. Delete that block. Because you delete that block, then I can just go 1 and 1 and 1, and once you get that one done, we can just open that up. You just cut across the whole time. Where are you going? What are you doing? The betrayal. The immediate and entirely predictable betrayal. The good news is there's air there, so you got plenty of time to fix it. Alright, so you can open up all that without a problem. Research complete, so we got more stuff. Alright. Just researching everything, we'll use it as able. They're trying to wall this off as I'm cutting it down since they're getting access to it when I need to go from the other side. I'm not going to worry about too much. So we got ourselves the juicer, a plant pulverizer, and a spice grinder. Oh good, that actually became the lab. Yeah, so now we have the lab here, so it's got a bonus. This isn't anything, it's just a bunch of random junk tossed in a room. Later on, we'll move all the industrial stuff out of a bunch of rooms, because most of the rooms have a thing where they say no industrial. Another thing we should start working on. Oh, don't put them there. That's not what I want. And the reason I don't want them there is if I put them there, when I do the next layer of insulation, I'll have to tear them all down immediately. Okay, so we're gonna make all of this for the liquefiables. So ice, you know, ice, snow, all that. We're gonna put it all out there so it stays outside of the warm zone. Then we're gonna tell these not to allow ice or any of that. So we have all that liquefiable. Copy settings. Pop all the snow out. And then these will be all the liquefiables. That's why the character design's so bizarre. I mean, they're supposed to be fun and silly. I think they look great. I actually appreciate, you know, games that take the artistic approach. I didn't even realize you didn't have the critter. That's fine. Did I give someone else the critter that wasn't supposed to? No, we're good. Alright, so regardless, you got the critter. And that means we'll go here. And you get your critter hat. So that once you get the area down there all taken care of, you'll be all good there. New principles available, so we can get, we'll just take more materials. Oh, we can also go here, cancel those tiles. All right. Also cancel those tiles right now and these tiles. There's ones on the bottom. I mean, the ones on the bottom won't matter because we'll drop snow on them. Yeah, so we just want to keep sawing this all away, keep going down. We'll get that all sorted out. Oh, we got these two done, so we can deconstruct those. They're no longer needed. We'll go here. All right, well, first let them deconstruct that. Then we remove all this. Then we just take, like, we can take 2 tiles at a time off the edge until we get over here, and then we can just dig that all out. All right. So mine all that and those 2. Did you... That's like the only way you could have made that a problem. You know that, right? Like, literally, you could have done this literally any other way, and you would have been fine. But now you've trapped yourself. The good news is there's plenty of air there, so you're not in any real danger. But that could have gone any other way, and Kanahawk trapped themselves on the wall. Alright, I won't question it. Okay. Alright. Let's keep digging that all out. We'll just have to take it from one edge and move it over. 2 tiles at a time. But then that's going to be that whole corner hollowed out. Oh good, so I got that setted. So we want to use liquefiable, copy settings, do that. So basically what they'll do is they'll slowly move all the ice, snow, and all that down here, where it's supposed to stay cold, while this area is going to warm up. The supposed to is the key operator, considering not everything goes the way it's supposed to go. Yeah, so see now I got a pocket of carbon dioxide here. This is going to make air a bit of a concern in this place, but as we open it up, it'll get better. And then we can just locate the place to drop the oxalate for right now, kind of spread out, and that should work. The big thing is going to be getting carbon dioxide out of here, and then later on we'll be producing oxygen to bring in. Like, I could see going down here and putting the aloe vera, having like a little oxygen pit down here, or a carbon dioxide pit down here that we put the carbon dioxide into, and having that like a recirculating thing. Alright, you haven't moved any of the poo water or anything like that out there. That's okay. Alright, you can also get rid of that block safely. Get rid of those 2 blocks safely. That's gonna be a tricky box. We'll probably just cut that off and fall. Alright. You can remove those. Actually, you can remove all 3 because you can reach them from below. Or you can just do it that way. That's certainly a choice that exists. You can remove those 2. And remove those 4. Actually, no, you can't. No, actually, you can remove those 4. That's fine. They'll start working our way down to the next floor. And go over here, delete those 2. Alright. They did it in the most fun way. Yeah, they're like, just mining? We can just do it in the way that's the most dangerous. It's far more interesting this way. Mm-hmm. I do love that you dug so you couldn't even... Oh, this is going to be curious. How's that going to turn out for you, Canahawk? You can keep digging down, but you're going to build the tile you're standing on, which is going to shove you who knows where. It shoved you the correct direction, is what it did. It would have been fine here, too. This is close enough to built. I could have just prioritized it. There's oxygen everywhere. It's just the dupes doing their dupe things. This is oxygen not included. The dupes just have a way of living life. Not for very long. Briefly. Okay, you can get rid of those 2 blocks. This is why they're duped? Yup. Take the Venture Brothers approach. You know, when you have accident-prone children, you give them a helmet. When you have death-prone children, you make clones. Dupes have 2 brain cells fighting for 3rd place. Something. Actually, yeah, because they can climb up here, mine that out, and you can't get stuck, so that's fine. Alright, I got those 2 going. I'm gonna leave this side alone for right now and just let it sit. Like, I'll get this cleared up, but this I'm gonna leave alone because we have the door there and I don't want to deal with it right now. So keep working this down. We'll get this all hollowed out and built. They're still working on building this outer area. It's fine. And our calories are still doing great. I'm not seeing any obvious problems going on. Temperature-wise, not getting warm yet. We are in the positives there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. We are in the positives here. So that's good news. That's a weird pocket of vacuum. All the other, like, faraway products have drawn to a complete and utter pause. Because it's kind of all hands are working on the stuff inside the perimeter, you know. She-Wolf's researching, Canada's mining this all out, the building people are going and doing their thing. That's Vita's, I think. And, like, the people hauling are just running these stuff around as we're dumping it everywhere. This is gonna be the only thing, is trying to get these cleared up. It might be that some of these I just leave to melt because there's just not really a good way for me to get at them. That's fine, we can deal with that later. Those 2 blocks can go. You're all good there, you're working on that still. Yeah, our Torgal's zipping around doing their best. Keeping all of it up. There's just... Between the people blasting through mining at this speed, them being able to just trash out a whole bunch of boxes while Torgal has to grab one thing and run back. They're just not the same speed. Can't have smart people on the space asteroid. Yeah, they'll ask to leave. Oh, I'm seeing an immediate problem with this. Okay. So build that real fast. Alright, meanwhile, go ahead and get the plastic stuff queued up. So you got one little pocket there that they gotta fix. We can cancel digging that tile. And between those 2, they can get that all sorted out. Incubators and all that. I don't care about any of that yet. We still got this to deal with. Alright. Yeah, because like I said, we're making the area round so that if carbon dioxide pools on top, it'll go off the sides versus just sitting right here. Later on, we'll probably want, like I said, to put like a little cover here and a little notch up there, so you will have to climb up and around. But a lot of those heavier things will go down, out, and around. And then the lighter things, you do the opposite thing, where you've got like a little pocket for them to go up and over. It's not perfect, but at least if we're not in vacuum, that'd be how we manage it. Okay, so you're good to deconstruct that block. Got the insulation tiles all there. You are also going to need a block here to insulate those tiles. this can just go down, and as you're able to deal with it, it'll be just fine. Okay, we could go ahead and finish the ladder there. I like that Ken Hawk is like so happy they're just doing a little frolic as they go around. They just love the work they're doing. They have a passion in life, and that's digging. All right. Yes, I know it's just basically right now we're just hollowing this thing out. But it's getting there. Yeah, diggy diggy dig. Sometimes you just dig it. So you got automation things for critter sensors and whatnot. Starship Troopers, I'm doing my part. Yep. Is there any asteroid left? Oh yeah, all around the outside. But that's the whole idea, is we're trying to make this inside, we're gonna let it start warming up. And we definitely don't do that. Alright, so She-Wolf is going to continue working this way. I believe with field research, She-Wolf will be able to check on the geysers and all that when we find them. I think that's field research. Which will be very important, so we can, know when they're going to be erupting, when they're not going to erupt, all that kind of information. Alright, everyone's going to keep working on their stuff. Ah, I see. So if we take those down, we can get all that. And then it'll probably fall down there. Hazard pay? Yes. There will be many burns in our future. And Kanahawk has gotten even better at mining and can now do super duper hard digging. Not just your plain old boring super hard digging. No material will stop the dig. And we can get an aloe vera seed. Yeah, I'll just do that. Reminds me of your $2 week cold pay for working the supermarket and having to go in the freezer. That is $2 for the whole week. That's really sad. I've known, the one I'm familiar with seeing is when you get stuck third shift, you gain like third shift pay, and they toss like an extra 30 cents or whatever onto the money and all that. Like, I've definitely had that one. But you even still look there and go, thanks, man. But even that's usually on the hour. Yeah, I didn't get paid extra for going to the freezers, but I didn't have to go in a lot. It was go in, grab the thing, get back out. Like, I didn't have to deal with, like, organizing or shelving. I imagine there's lots of roles that's kind of a thing, which I could certainly see a significant justification. Alright, so we're going to accept that this is going to be non-functional for a minute while I cut this ice away. And eventually the ice liquefier will no longer have any purpose. You almost had a pallet crush you since the floor was iced up from an faulty aircon. Your feet slipped, the pallet lifting unit kept coming at you. Eek. That's definitely one of those ones that there should be some level of liability claim or something going on, being like, hey, this is not acceptable. Like, again, crap happens. Or at least, I mean, like, you'd think they'd deal with the floor first. Like, de-ice the floor. Did you trap? Come on. Fine. It's fine. You can dig that so fast you don't have to worry about it. Did you work at deli and you didn't have to go into the big freezers in the back every day, but you're usually the person to get the stuff for the deli's orders, which meant an hour-ish in the freezer sorting out boxes from all the others. Fortunately, you're pretty cold resistant. But so yeah, you're 19 and you told them if they tried to brush it off and they left it a few weeks. Yeah, left it, yeah. Yeah, and I definitely worked, like, when I worked, like, my first job, like, grocery store, I definitely had more than once I got asked to do stuff that was very, very definitely outside the reasonable scope of what you ask someone working that, like, you know, someone in that age range doing that job as their first job. You know, whether it's they shouldn't be asking it at all, or whatever. Or a lot of times it was you had someone on the payroll who that's the kind of issue they would take care of. But, you know, they were really expensive and not there in the moment. And so they'd try and pass it off on the 18, 19-year-old who is not paid remotely enough to do the kind of work. I had one or two very significant janitorial things. I'm like, no. Even the janitor doesn't want to deal with this. But, you know, crap happens in a literal sense. And they get paid way the heck more than I am at literal minimum wage. Nah, I'm sorry. The answer's no. Like, you're the store manager, assistant store manager, or whatever. If you forgot to schedule someone important, it's up to you to deal with the fallout. If that means dragging them in here and paying them to do it, or doing it yourself, that's a you thing. I am not paid enough to care or do it. Alright. Max Builder. Oh, it's demolition. There you go. You worked at an ice cream factory, 30 minutes work, then mandatory 30-minute break. I think the breaks ended up getting more boring than the working. Minus 9C to minus 39C cold freeze is not allowed in there for more than 2 minutes. Yeah, I can see that. Colony achievement. Use a duplicant's skill points to buy out an entire branch of the skill tree. Alright, and we finished our research for oil and all that, so when we get oil, we can now refine it and make petroleum products and natural gas power and all that. Get rid of that tile. Get those tiles to mine. Okay, so you can deconstruct this, and you can deconstruct this. We appear to be completely and utterly out of wood, which is not great. That is what you call bad. Duplicate skills. We have rhetorical. Okay, so rhetorical's already got 2 points in supply. We're gonna go ahead and get tiding. And the reason we're doing this is all for strength and carrying capacity. So what they'll do is that'll let rhetorical grab giant piles of stuff and go running across the map. Since they've got maxed out athletics, we want to just take advantage of that as much as we possibly can. Alright, we can get rid of those 2 blocks. Okay. Alright, so that... I was seeing the oxalate going. I was like, alright, will we be here long enough to get that oxalate? You also need 1 tile there to go across here, then disassemble it. Cool, so we are starting to work on getting that all taken care of to get the actual place. So your forklift is a deep freeze, so just go in, stack the pallet in the shelving, $40 an hour. Hey, I mean, for what it's worth, that's a pretty good wage for a lot of things. Now, I don't know for that particular role, but if we were talking earlier on, like the wage was decent. That said, that doesn't excuse if you brush off basic safety crap. Yeah, it was 15 years ago. I mean, that's even better. Hey, 15 years ago. Again, not saying it excuses the safety. That's still a problem. That was a different job. You left the supermarket business because of $12. Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. I was starting to think it's like, man, like $40 an hour is like pretty solid. Your school's freezer, even though it's not the -39, still has desk floors, sometimes filled with high-rise racks. You're basically paid a little bit more than minimum wage. Yeah. No, like I did some time with food services and some time with grocery as like in my teens. The food service was weird because the job there, it was general labor, and they had like this whole bidding system. So I worked so many different jobs in that role because it basically they shoved you wherever they needed you. But they kind of pitted the employees against each other because with the bidding system is based on seniority, and whoever had the highest seniority that bid for a job got that specific role that time. And if you didn't get the role you bid for, you got what was left over. So it's this whole thing of trying to go, okay, what's the nicest job I think I will be the only one to go after? So you try and like land yourself worse than other people are going to go out of the way to bid for, but nicer than the really crap jobs you don't want to do. So it was a whole thing. I just realized you could just tear that up and that'd be fine. But as a result, sometimes when you got a little too ambitious, you got stuck with like the quick service restaurant kind of thing, like your fast food style restaurant. And doing fast food kind of food in a tourist place is awful. It is just fast food with extremely high number of customers. Alright. Probably stop at that point since I don't know what I want to do with that. But this way we don't have all of this carbon dioxide pocketing up here. It should start working its way to the bottom, which will be good. Open this up more. One downside is all of our oxygen is going to pool up in this area and no one can get to that. But because it's open there, we're also getting little bits of polluted air in here. That's because of this bottle. Let's try going down. I think if I set you to be a really high priority, they'll go out of their way to get the polluted oxygen down there fast. Because it's not a lot of polluted oxygen in there, but it's a little bit. We're seeing some people getting some yucky lungs. Which is definitely not the greatest. You're starting to open up that. Also surprised they haven't built that yet. Alright, research complete. Cool. It's your brother worked at a pretty big German-inspired buffet restaurant here in Melbourne, Southeast. You're learning to drive then. You drive there with your mom, then your brother would take you into the fridge section, free slices of the cake, and other awesome stuff. Oh yeah, that's one of the rules at that place they said where you got the bid, you could get to work at the gourmet kitchen. And that was one of those ones that was on the fence that some people loved working that gig, and some people hated it, because it was still food services. But, like, the chef there was, like, really awesome, and he was like, oh yeah, no, I won't serve anything I won't eat, kind of thing. That's just the excuse that, you know, to eat stuff, like, throughout the thing, like, you know, okay, I've got this, I've got a couple minutes, grab this, walk to our area, eat it real fast, wash your hands, and that kind of thing. So it was, like, always fun doing that. All those animals are trapped. Yeah, we're gonna be releasing them. Don't worry. Yeah, we can reach all of that from there. These will need to be changed to not be snow eventually. Yeah, so these animals over here are gonna get all of it moved in there. These animals over here, they'll just keep going down, and they'll be down here. With that said, though, chat, I'm gonna have to wrap up here in a minute. Otherwise, I'm gonna be subjecting you to ad. But thanks so much for tuning in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I do intend to be back here at 7 p.m. EST. Then the Subathon did end today because we didn't, timer ran out. That's how that works. If you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending, just abruptly. I don't have the hosting and all that set up. I'm going to try and get that figured out once I get my schedule more solidified, so it's not just ad hoc, what am I playing today? But I'll get that sorted out. But goodbye, YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'm going to put up my ending stream screen. If it sounds like I'm rushing a little, I've got like 3 minutes to get